Might as well hit it, just in case we actually do a show. So, this way we actually do get to hit the 20 in a second here. Welcome, folks. There's going to be an echo here. Come on, there we go. Boom. So, as usual, I'm the first like. Folks, if you guys enjoy the show, please do hit the thumbs up button. Let me pop out the chat for when folks hopefully hop in. I don't know, maybe it's a dead night or something, so we'll see how it goes. If we can't get it started, we'll just bag it tonight. I have actually thought about bagging the Tuesday show anyway, so we'll see how it plays tonight. Nobody in the chat so far. There's Red Setter Farm. Bud Kilowatts giving the green light. Good to see you guys. Let me switch to live chat. There, boom. So no D yet, so we'll wait for everybody. Perhaps D forgot, or maybe he's busy. But in the meantime, welcome, folks. I guess I'll just babble here like an idiot. Suddenly I have dry mouth. Yeah, thankfully, some water here. Oh, freaking cold water. One of my favorite things. Ladies and gerbils, shit, I don't know. Perhaps what am I trying to say? Perhaps the uncertainty of what I want to do with the show is kind of biting me in the ass. But what can I tell you? Basically, everything's in limbo. I'm trying to buy a house, but it's kind of not working out. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Trying to buy this one place off market, and suffice to say, the seller, I don't know if I should be even descriptive. It's an older person basically, and so essentially the older person has older person issues, and so as a result, it's not a question of whether they want to sell the house. It's just a question of whether they can finally make a decision and move forward and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know what the timeline is on that. It was supposed to already be moving forward, and now suddenly we're in another month and nothing has happened. And every other house I look at is either just too much of a fucking dumpster fire, too much of a shithole, way too much to do, potential pitfalls. I mean, I swear to you, like some of the houses I've fucking seen have been something else. Some of the houses have been nice, but I mean, then they're otherworldly expensive. So it's one of those kinds of situations. If I even had like another 40, $50,000, things would be a lot easier. It's one of those circumstances on the West Coast. I tell you, it's fucking it's something else, buddy. You hear these people in what fucking Oklahoma and Missouri. Fuck me, I saw on Reddit. It was Zillow Gone Wild. It's like subreddit Zillow Gone Wild. It's a really funny subreddit actually. But uh, fuck, I've been on Reddit for like 14 years and I'm still discovering new cool subreddits. Like there's so many stupid ones that you can avoid, obviously, but so many really cool ones. What was the other one? One golden brain cell. I just discovered that a couple days ago or yesterday, I think. It's literally it's a kind of a mirror, I guess, of one orange brain cell, which is another funny one. I don't think I've subscribed to that one, but I did subscribe to one orange brain cell, or one golden brain cell. The one orange brain cell is all about orange cats, which they're notoriously not the brightest cats in the world, but they're, cute and stuff. So the subreddit is all about, these derpy fucking orange cats. And then one golden brain cell is just golden retrievers doing golden retriever shit, which is, they're actually pretty smart dogs. They're one of the smartest dogs, but they act kind of just like, but if you ever try to train in golden and stuff, they're actually really, really receptive. They just kind of pretend to be stupid. But well, shit, I don't know if anyone's gonna hop on here. We'll give it a few more minutes. But what's going on, Dead Fish fan? Long time no see, Dead Fish fan. I feel like it's been a minute. Good to see you, buddy. Red Setter Farm is talking about, oh shit, I'm thinking about going to, I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to do it because it's at a weird time this Friday, but there's a cool concert on Friday evening at 6. I wish it were a little bit later. It's normally what you normally don't wish for a concert, but in this case, it's like 6 p.m. So it's like, oh, it's going to be so hard to get there, especially with traffic. It's going to be fucking murder to get there for traffic because you have to basically cross to the far east side of town. It's on at the McMenamin's Edgefield. Anyway, kind of fun. I guess this is not completely new, but there's reserved seating that's like $100, whatever. And there's lawn seating, which is basically, it comes out to be about $60 because I don't think you're supposed to bring your own chair, but you can rent a chair for like $10. So the tickets are like $50 and then, chairs like $10. It's kind of cool. Edgefield is a good scene. I'm kind of over the whole McMenamins vibe, honestly, in Oregon, but I do like Edgefield quite a bit. Anyway, it's Michael Kiwanuka and oh, what's the chick's name? The chick singer from the God. uh Alabama Shakes. Alabama Shakes. Basically, it looks like it's broken apart, but which is a shame because it's such a good band. But kind of same shit as a lot of bands in the past, fell apart, and she was one of the best parts of it. I don't know if the show's going to happen. We're going to give it a little bit longer, but we'll see how it goes here. So what was I trying to say with the fucking house? Safety. Let me know if he's not going to make it on this one. Long story short, I've been trying to, or wanting to rather, I guess, um, kind of revamp the show. I've been saying that for a long time, of course. I've been wanting to do a lot of different stuff, honestly. And yeah, I can't hear. Like I don't have enough space. I mean, I guess I don't know. Maybe I could if worst comes to worst. You know what I mean? But oh, it's fucking difficult. I need my own larger space. I've thought about maybe getting a shed out back here if I really don't buy a house. I don't know, but we'll see. It would be nice to have my own space, candidly. So I don't know. Things are just in limbo basically until then. Um, Pretty fucking annoying. I have to be honest with you, but it is what it is. Anyway, oh, D says he's in the waiting room. I don't see it, buddy. Am I in the wrong room? What room am I in? It's annoying. I don't think I can tell which room I'm in. I think I did the thing where I joined the. Fuck, why can't I find the meeting? Full screen. Why can't I find what meeting number this is? Oh, oh, here we go. There we go. There it is. D. Well, he's doing that. There surely must be a way. Oh, I bet I could. Cheers, D. I bet I could. No, I can't do that. So
Hello.
this is really infuriating. I'm trying to figure out how I could find the info on what room I'm in, and I don't think I can. There doesn't seem to be any option.
I don't know. I went out. I ended up quitting, like leaving the waiting room and then going back in.
Suspend. No, that's not it.
Oh,
Shit.
hello, man.
Well, whatever. Anyway, so folks, you know the drill. By the way, we're going to welcome D here in a second, but in the meantime, by the way, since you weren't here, D, go ahead and do your spiel.
Oh, this show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. You know, I cannot be here.
Cheers, D. Good to see him. And by the way, we might as well say hello because also Bud is joining us. Cheers, Bud. Welcome, D.
Well, hello. Hello, my friends. I'm smoking on Bubba Kush. I'm smoking on Purple Sour Diesel. And I'm also smoking on, I can't think of the name of this one. Oh yeah, the hell does that say? The government one. G13.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone's having a great
Say
day.
government cheese because that's one I've heard of lately. I like that G13 a lot. What's going on? Oh, Bud's just I always catch people just when they're gonna dab or sneeze or something. What's going on, Bud?
Yeah, howdy. How's everyone?
Hey,
Oh,
bud. Top
Good to
chat,
see
live
you.
chat.
that's right. Why can't I switch? Oh, I'm not being able to do very much today. Okay, here we go. Now it's working again. So folks, if you don't know the drill basically is we don't drill baby drill, of course. That's Sarah Palin's whole shtick.
Hmm.
Which she's still saying that shit, by the way. Can you imagine? doesn't even apply to anything anymore, but she still says it. Anyway, folks, the drill here anyway is if you want to hop on, just ask nicely. Honestly, you're welcome to hop on. Of course, we know that none of you are going to do that because none of you ever do, but you are welcome to hop on here. Just ask for a link and we'd be happy to provide it. You don't have to beg or anything. You don't have to say, please, sir, or some shit. Just honestly ask nicely, and that's all that's required. I don't pin the link anymore just because, yeah, just changed the whole vibe, honestly. Uh, without going into it, but I had an overly open room for a long time, and I honestly just didn't filter the room well enough and allowed a lot of people to kind of make this show kind of their own show in some very specific ways. So yeah, that's just not going to happen anymore. But you are welcome to pass through, ladies and gentlemen, and talk about your garden, talk about questions you might have, perhaps, discuss things. For example, I was discussing the other day about the coconut water. By the way, that experiment didn't work out at all. I'm going to have to try that a completely different way. The seeds, yeah, I should have had at least some germ on that batch, or two batches of seeds. Thankfully, I didn't try to germ too many, but I was like, I don't know, 20, 25 seeds or something. I was like, fuck, there should have been at least some germ, like at least 50% on those. And I got zero. So the coconut water did not help at all in that circumstance. But if you guys have experience with that, I would love to hear about it because I'm actually trying to germ some older seeds and seeds that I couldn't keep in the freezer and stuff like that. So I am worried that a lot of them are not going to germ. So I really need to maximize the germ as much as possible. So if you guys know about germing old seeds, if you guys have used coconut water or anything else, please hop on. That would be an interesting discussion. I like to think that these shows are not just kind of dipshit go nowhere hangout shows. I think we've talked about, at least on a lot of the shows, we talked about a lot of really interesting things. I think a lot of people have grown tremendously as gardeners. I can't take all the credit, of course, but I think I can take a little bit of credit for some of the people that passed through here that we've seen. I mean, Smashed, I think, is a good example. I think his garden has come leaps and bounds, and I think part of that is just hanging out on the show, getting tips and tricks and stuff from people. So, folks, hop on, join the discussion. I'm going to go have dinner in a little bit, but I'm here still for a little bit. But you guys are more than welcome to hop on.
Oh shit.
Jeff, good to see you. What's that, Eddie? Or I think what was saying.
What are you having for dinner tonight, buddy?
Oh, we're doing spaghetti.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Right on. Nothing wrong
Or
with
as some
that.
people say, paschetti.
That's it.
Funny, I guess because I'm not Italian or something, I don't cook a lot of Italian food, so we don't normally have spaghetti or lasagna or whatever, unless you go to a restaurant or something, or I get oh shit, I guess once in a while I'll go to Costco and get their frozen lasagna. But other than that, man, I don't normally cook that much Italian food, so it's kind of amusing. I try to do lots of like Turkish and shit like that. So anyway. Dead Fish fans talking about McMenamins as some of the coolest venues, so unique to Oregon. Uh, I don't disagree in any way. And I used to have a really fond or soft spot for McMenamins.
Oh,
I think a lot of people do, honestly. There are these really quirky establishments. They used to be, I think they're still partly owned by the McMenamin brothers, literally these two brothers that started, I think, with one bar by themselves in the 70s. They were like young dudes, like 20 something years old. And then one by one, they just built this fucking gigantic empire at this point. They have over 100 different McMenamins, I want to say, around not even just Oregon anymore, like the whole Northwest, but mostly Oregon. Anyway, they actually got either sold or a massive injection that basically sold some equity to, I forget what the group is, but it's a big financial group essentially. They got like $200 million. Anyway, unfortunately, their sheen is worn off a little bit because they don't treat the workers all that well, and there's as a result a lot of turnover, and the prices have fucking skyrocketed. They were never a cheap place, really, but now you literally have to pay for burgers and fries. It's like $22. It's not really worth $22. It's one of those kinds of things. It's cool places, cool places. I like to
well,
sometimes
isn't the
stay at
one
the
place,
hotels and stuff. Go ahead, bud.
what's it called? The Carousel Ballroom. I've gone up there
Oh
for
no, they're so unique. Yeah, the Crystal Ballroom in Portland. Yeah,
Crystal Ball. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It was there before McMenamin's bottom. I don't remember how long it's been there. It's been there for a
That
long
place
time.
has been in
It's
the
wooden,
60s. Like the
yeah,
Dead
it's
played some
a
epic
wooden
shows there in
suspended
the
floor.
60s.
Yeah, it's one of the very few floors like this still around. It's a suspended floor, and so as you dance on it, the floor kind of bounces up and down.
Yeah, it's a small place.
Yeah. But it's not like the floor is not busted or something. It's not like, oh my God, we're all gonna fall in. It's literally designed to actually bounce up and down as people dance on it. It's really a trip. But McMenamin's bought that whole block basically and revamped it. It used to be like a bunch of different buildings or a bunch of different businesses. And the basement bar way back when was the speakeasy, and now it's called like Al's Pub or some shit. Anyway, they do a really good job remodeling the places. I wish they treated their workers better. I wish they, just weren't kind of so fucking, whatever it is. But anyway, yeah, like one of the stupidest purchases I ever made last year was I bought the McMenamin's passport, and then I realized like, oh fuck, I basically almost never go to McMenamin's. Why do I have their fucking passport? But I have a couple of friends who have the McMenamin's passport because they obsessively go to McMenamin's events. And if you do that, like if you obsessively go to those events, they apparently shower you with gifts. Some of my friend up in Portland, she's always going to concerts, like but I mean, she's a freak for music. She's kind of like you, basically, Bud. She's a lady, Bud. She goes to like, I think she went to 50. I swear to shit, this is not made up. She went to 50, not Dave Brubeck, Dave Matthews concerts last year. 50. That's how obsessed she is with Dave Matthews. She went to 50 fucking Dave Matthews concerts. Anyway, so she goes to all these goddamn McMenamin events. And apparently they give her free nights and all this shit with the passport. But anyway. Um, cheers, Operation Annihilation. Cheers, folks in the chat, by the way. We're getting a slow start for the evening. Who else in the chat here? Lurkers, non-lurkers, as we always say. DGC Jeff's hanging with us. What else is new? You guys doing any harvesting?
Negatory.
Uh, in a week or so is our next harvest.
Hmm. I'm cutting down plants outdoors. I've already cut down two. Probably going to try. I'd like to wait a couple, 3 more days because we actually have, believe it or not, we have a stretch of sun for the next 5 or 6 days. Maybe a little bit longer, and there's a little bit of rain forecast and then more sun. So fuck, I would love to just let it ride. But one of my plants got hit really hard by caterpillar. Not really hard, I guess, but it got hit by caterpillars more so than I thought. And so now I really don't want to take a chance that the caterpillars are going to spread to all the other plants. So I'm like, fuck. So far, I don't see any on the other plants, but I mean, that's sure to change, I'm sure. So, man alive, I'd really like to wait. I have another lemon tree that I would really like to wait a few more days, but one of my other lemon trees basically was one of the ones that got just hammered by caterpillars. So I guess they love that lemon. So it's a big old plant, so I really don't want to lose it. And then what else? Banana cream cake jealousy. That one's looking really nice. Honestly, I would love to just give her a few more days. Um, so happy about that one too, because when I came back from LA, for anyone who doesn't know, I was stuck in LA basically for 6 weeks for super stupid reasons. Basically during the entire beginning of flower and everything. Anyway, so a lot of these plants got watered not just by my caretaker who I've trained and she's actually good at, watering the plants, but no, she had foot surgery, so she couldn't fucking water plants. So we had her brother watering the goddamn plants. Anyway, her brother, bless the guy, but he's not gifted with plants. So when I came back, oh, they were a little shabby. That banana cream cake jealousy, I didn't think was going to make it. Like I literally didn't think it was going to survive at all, not even to get to flower or anything else. It wasn't flowering when I got here. It was already what was it already August? Fuck, now I don't remember. No, it was motherfucker. When was it that I? No, they were already flowering. It was in September, right? Oh shit, everything's so yeah, it was in like the beginning of September. That's right. So anyway, I was convinced that banana cream cake jealousy was just going to completely fucking die. It looked so shabby. It was, oh my God. But I just threw everything at it that I possibly could. I ground up so many aloe arms or fronds, whatever you called them. Uh, what did I use? That was the main one, honestly. Aloe, because nothing else is fast enough. Kelp. Um, Coconut water probably could have helped, but I mean, shit, how much coconut water can you really afford? So anyway, I just poured a fuckload of aloe on that one and a few other plants, and thankfully it pulled them out of the doldrums. And actually, the banana cream cake jealousy looks really nice. So I
Oh,
definitely
really?
yield and stuff, but great plant. So I'm gonna get a lot of flower off that, and she finished nicely. So flower is
That's a
super. So what's that, D?
You'll have to let us know about that one because I see it here, and I really like banana strains.
Oh, I've had it
And
for a while. No,
you're
it's
buying.
exceptional. Yeah, I mean, everybody has their, I think, in many cases, justifiable complaints about JBZ, but the weed that he produces, there's really no argument there. Everything that I've tried from him, I think I've liked. There's been a couple things that weren't all that spectacular. What Cushmints, I think, is his, but it's just a very weak plant. But gosh, I've really liked. Now I'm blanking on everything. Permanent marker. I guess I haven't flowered yet, but
That's a good one.
whatever. Everything that I've grown of his, we've talked about him 50 fucking times on with Flora. Everything I've grown of his has been good. I guess White
Yeah.
Rut's supposed to be his. I don't remember now. But anyway.
Well, I mean, one thing about being a breeder at that level is have like staying on top of the game, and he
Mm,
continues to put out worthy
mm.
shit year after year.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a real testament because it's quite difficult. It's a very common thing with basically with everybody. You hear about it with musicians. They call it the sophomore slump, where basically the first album is a banger because that was that was the 10 tunes or whatever that you've been traveling and touring with around the country, around the world for however many years until you made it, right? Until you got your record contract. And so you have these really tight, really well-produced songs that they're like a labor of love, right, for the band. And then all of a sudden the band hits it big and they make 87 trillion fucking dollars, and all of a sudden they're like, oh shit, now what? Like now we got to write all new songs. And very rarely do they pull out a good one the second time. Same thing with writers. A lot of times their first book is a good one, and the second one, just kind of farts in the wind. So it happens a lot with breeders, basically, that their first run, their first cross is exceptional, and then they just really can't replicate that after all. And after that, I would argue that that has a lot to do, honestly, with um, I guess there's a fucking as soon as I start to think about it, there's like 50 different reasons, honestly. I would say that it has a strong correlation to probably not very good breeders. And I think there's probably a lot of truth to that, we talk about pollen chucking, and it's pretty easy to chuck a couple of nice things together and accidentally get something good. That happens all the time, it seems like.
Oh
Hard to
shit.
repeat that. Hard to repeat that fucking magic, basically, because you essentially cracked lightning in a bottle. You can't really do that over and over again. But if you knew what you were doing and had a coherent plan, I think it's a lot easier for someone to put out bangers one after another, right? But I don't
Mama.
think the market really rewards that either. I think that the market really has the span of a fruit fly. And shit, as soon as I get like a hold on as soon as I get a hang, or how do I put this? As soon as I get a feel for what is current, basically, as far as like the hot clones and stuff, 2 weeks later, it's fucking different names. It's idiotic, right? The market really doesn't
Well, I mean,
encourage years-long breeding
JBZ
programs.
pretty much he if over the big hitters he's made over the years. Oh, if you didn't get them, they're gone. Like
Mm.
it's not like he still has the Cushman or some of the stuff he did back at the beginning. He like, oh, they were there, now they're sold out, and on he moves.
Mhm. Dr. Leaby's in the house. What's going on, buddy? Welcome. What was I going to say? There's something else I was going to talk about with the Gordon. No, I can't think of it. Anyway, interesting. I had Sour Morgana mom and Sour Morgana daughter, basically my keeper right now, for the Sour Morgana strain. Basically, I named it kind of badly because the mom is the same as the strain, but the strain that I basically released is the Sour Morgana mom crossed to Black Prince Ruby. And sure enough, speaking of years-long breeding programs, the Black Prince Ruby took me years basically to back cross the Ruby Jack a couple, three times, and then basically to pull out the strawberry line and on and on. Anyway, and pull out the my favorite male. Basically, that all took quite a long time, but it was worth it actually, as it turns out, because the Sour Morgana mom. She did get some, thankfully not very many caterpillars, but she got some caterpillar damage. She has a new I know this from the past. There's a little bit of a tendency to bud rot. Last year we lost probably about a third of the plant to bud rot, so thankfully that didn't happen this year. But I had a much smaller plant too, and she has a tendency to not a tendency a vulnerability, I guess you could say, to spider mites. So if there's spider mites in the environment, she's going to be one of the plants that gets it. Whereas very interestingly enough, speaking of caterpillars, I know now that banana cream cake jealousy is resistant to caterpillars because basically it was right next to one of these other plants that got reefed on by these big old fat caterpillars, right? I was pulling these fuckers off and throwing them, I was like, oh, come birdies, come. But the banana cream cake jealousy right next to it, couldn't find a single one on there. So in that same vein, basically, the sour Morgana mom had some caterpillars, didn't have any bud rot, but didn't have any PM, but I guess caterpillars was the main thing, honestly, with her. And then she was a little bit smaller plant. Honestly, that was just kind of the fault of the watering scenario when I was gone. But the daughter right next to her is resistant to caterpillars, is resistant to, she doesn't have any bugs on her. She doesn't have any there's aphids on a couple other plants. She doesn't have aphids on any plants or on any of her. What else? And she's finishing nicely. So really interesting that you can breed in that kind of resistance into something if you put in the time, right? And if you don't put in the time, you just honestly throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. But for example, now I can see, like with my eyes, I can see that going forward, I can basically perpetuate that sour Morgana, that high, that really giggly, goofy, grinny high with those cherry, berry, flavors, and I can basically have a more resilient, more resistant plant down the line as I breed that line down the future. I'm half kind of spoon feeding you what I'm basically thinking, right? This is not like a new thing that I just came up with, but it's really interesting to see it in front of your face, right? Like you basically can see, all right, here's the daughter. She's better than the mother, right? It's kind of interesting to have it that clear. You very, very rarely, I think, get it that clear. Cheers, Patricia. Good to see you. Folks, hop on. Shit, this is not supposed to be the Fumi monologue hour or whatever. Of course, just hand it off to you guys and you just hang for a little bit before you shut it down. But presumably we want to discuss things. So folks, do hop on. The show is here. It's been here for fucking 4 or 5 years now, basically for people to discuss growing, smoking. It honestly started as an offshoot of my perfect timing. Here comes Jeff. It started as an offshoot of my tasting group, basically, because with COVID, I was like, my tasting group's going to die. Unfortunately, we almost never talk about cannabis flavors and all that kind of stuff. So we mostly just kind of talk about growing. But folks, you're welcome to hop on here. When Jeff hops on here, we'll say hello. Already be. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, how's it going?
Hola.
All right, live. Yeah, hey everyone. Hey Fumi, good to hop on
Hello.
early. Catch you for a bit, buddy. Yeah.
Hello.
Got anything growing there?
Um, yeah, not a lot right now. I've kind of whittled it down to maybe a couple of strains I'm gonna keep and keep going. And I don't know, I'm gonna probably look for something new also then coming up. But just trying something else new now. That should be good.
Mm.
And yeah, still smoking your the Lime River Rose.
Oh, right on.
That's really
Hi.
nice. Yeah, yeah, I like
I
that.
love Line River Rose.
Yeah, got that one
One,
going.
that's
That
one
one's
I
gonna,
want to really try to crack back open when I get my place, or hopefully I get my
gonna
place.
keep.
It'd be easier to crack it open there.
It's nice, nice buds, and it's nice sativa.
Mm.
I like it. I like it for that.
Oh, look at that, Zooey and Slammer. Cheers. Good to see you. Zooey and Slammer were asking about Silago the Bat. I was like, oh, that's a blast from the past. They have a grapey strain going on in the backyard. That sounds good. I just managed to
Nice.
pick grape pie down in California when I was down there. I had lost it, I guess, last year in the move. That's what I actually really like. Oh, another one I picked up that I haven't had for the longest time is Sunday Driver. I really like Sunday Driver. It reminds me so much actually of Morgana in this weird way. It's got a berry flavor, which I guess is very familiar, but it's got this kind of pepperiness that reminds me a lot of Morgana, even though there's really no pepperiness in Morgana. So it's really funny that something so different can still remind you of something. But when I smoked it, I was like, this is fucking Morgana. It's like basically a brother from another mother. It was so fucking funny.
Would you get that from Archive?
Originally, I got it from Archive. This one I got down in California. I got it from, fuck me. Oh, I got it from a dispensary. I got it from Green Dragon Dispensary down in
Yeah,
LA, down in the valley. Flora seems to think very highly of them. So far, all
yeah.
the other clones that I've got from them, they haven't flowered yet, but so far the growth and stuff is super. So far I'm
I never gone to Green Dragon, but I've heard about it over the years as being like they have a good reputation.
mhm, yep. I got banana OG from them, which is like a holy grail for me. I love banana,
Mm.
really wanting a banana back in my life. And one of my very first testers, if not, no, I guess I was a tester for HSO before that, but my first tester for sub was Banana Jack. And ever since then, basically, I've wanted that fucking banana back. I was like, what? You can have banana in your goddamn weed? And I pulled out this really banana custardy one, which, as it turns out, unfortunately for me, because I didn't keep it, was very unusual. A lot of people pulled
Yeah.
out like banana peel and shit like that out of the banana jack, but mine was this distinctly custardy banana. It was really nice, honestly, really nice in every way. It squished really well. It got you really fucking high. Like it was definitely more kind of stony, definitely. Really a heavy hitter, basically. It was crossed to Jack the Ripper. Anyway, ever since then,
That's
I've just absolutely
badass.
wanted to get that banana, and it comes from the banana OG. So now I don't have to dig into the source. I can just go right to the source. Basically, that's the idea. It's kind of, oh, here comes Captain Dig. There he is.
And I realized I have a cold. I got a cold. Like holy shit. It's not like I'm that sick, but oh yeah, I got a cold.
It happens. No, it's getting to be that
Yeah.
season.
A lot of times
Um,
my lifestyle or whatever, I don't get sick that often or anything like that. But
I
yeah.
got the cure for it right here.
cheers, Cap.
Well,
Got some good
Uh,
Woodford.
yeah, no.
Woodford Reserve.
my double oak Woodfords.
Oh, I had an exceptional Woodford's Reserve last year. I want to say it was single barrel. I'm confusing it with the Maker's Mark that I had where they use staves from wine barrels in it. It's kind of funny. Uh, fuck, I can't remember, but it was a single barrel Woodford. It was so good last year. I kind of treated myself with a good whiskey.
This
Uh,
is actually double oak.
it was something
Yeah.
like that. It was fucking sherry cask or some fuck. Oh, I can't remember.
Oh, that would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have been super nice. Uh, Balvenie is a scotch that I really love. One of my favorite scotches. It's a kind of I don't really like Balvenie by itself, but when they sherry cask finish, oh, it's so elegant and delightful. So fucking nice.
And I
Um,
even have a Death Star joint to go with this. So this is going to be great because I've only smoked once today.
nice. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Zoo and Slammer are talking well
Yeah.
about Slog of the Bat. They're calling a quote unquote toxic strain in the sense that it'll fuck you up. It's good to hear.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was one I wish I honestly had kept both those. I had essentially two for the longest time. I would keep two of something. So whenever I'd pick keepers, I would try to basically keep kind of I don't know mirror images of something. And so, for example, with the Bedrock Boogie, I had the very cushy kind of my favorite, the sweet cheesecake cushy Bedrock Boogie that I kept trying to breed with, but she was really really problematic to breed with. I finally got some seeds off of her, but not all that many. And unfortunately, I lost her not too long ago. I don't know, maybe 5 months ago or something. I can't remember. It's kind of idiotic too, because she was one of the very first cuts that I ever gave out to friends, and I gave her out to several friends, none of whom managed to keep them. It's very eye opening when you give stuff to people, no, it's kind of fucked up, honestly, Captain. It's honestly like, what is it with these
It's
people?
happened to me a
Doesn't
million
matter what you give to
times.
people. I mean, you could give people the Death Star. You could give, I mean, Bud Kilowatt has some killer shit. Like you give them whatever the fuck you want to give them, they won't hold on to it.
That's what I
They don't
heard.
even tell you that they got rid of it. They'll never give it back to you. It's a very frustrating part of the cannabis scene. There are people who have good circles. Bud has some friends. He probably didn't hear this entire conversation, but Bud has some friends that can pass back clones. But man, it's really eye-opening how few of those people there are. It's few and far between. But so I lost the cheese cushy one, but I kept being convinced that she would be basically a wonderful, wonderful cut to cross with, even though one of the reasons why she was problematic to breed with, she was the runt of the litter by far, and she was kind of a weird plant insofar that she would consistently, basically ever since from seed through clone, whatever, she was kind of a so-so veg plant, but would take off in flower, and she would do great in flower, basically. And even if she started small, she would just, get gigantic. The very first time that I grew her, I basically was selecting among Bedrock Boogies, and she was the runt, so I kind of put her in the corner. I was like, I don't expect very much from this one, and sure enough, she became the biggest and highest yielding of all the Bedrock Boogies, next to the sour strawberry one that I'm about to talk about. But anyway, she was so sweet and like cheesecake cushy, basically. It was really interesting, like strawberry cheese cush, basically, is how I used to describe her. Well, her sister was very much on the other side. She was the sour strawberry leaner, basically, because the Bedrock Boogie was sour strawberry by Grand Poobah, and Grand Poobah was kind of a cushy back cross that North Star made, basically. Anyway, very cakey and stuff like that. A lot of color in it and stuff. Anyway, the sour strawberry really came out in the one that I bred to Ruby Jack F2 that became the Silaco. So basically, I was expecting a lot of really vibrant sour strawberry notes. Turns out not all that many people pulled out sour strawberry. Most people pulled out like sour citrus, gas came out, all kinds of fruits of all kinds basically came out, lots of berries and stuff. But go figure, hardly anyone told me, oh shit, sour strawberry. So that's an interesting one. But there was a lot of berry from the Ruby Jack F2, so that probably modulated it into something completely different, I don't know, currants or something for all I know. But
Yeah, but what happens when you take like a lemon pledge cleaner type terp and hit it with nothing but like gas upon gas upon gas, and you get a sweet lemon candy terp? How does that happen?
I mean, because it's not a perfect recipe, you're basically, how do I put it? You're really not mixing together predictable things. The cannabis plant is kind of I don't know. It's like it has nothing to do with, for example, cooking is pretty easy, right? Like they say baking is all chemistry, but cooking is fairly simple. You throw ingredients into a pan or into a pot or whatever, and little by little by little it shapes up into something, and you can pretty well do it predictably, right? Like if you couldn't, you'd never be able to eat at a restaurant because it would always be something, oh, today it's spaghetti. Oh shit, now it's a steak. No, I mean obviously you can repeatably recreate things, right? But with cannabis, if you're breeding those things together, maybe if we get enough knowledge about the backbone, basically, of the DNA and how it combines, but we're talking about real serious information that none of us most likely has, maybe DGC Jeff or somebody, but you're essentially combining esoteric things that look like recognizable things to us. So, for example, okay, I taste strawberry in the Ruby Jack. All right, but then I also taste strawberry in Stranana, or I also taste strawberry in Bedrock Boogie, or I also taste strawberry in Strawberry Fields, right? But I bet you anything that those are all slightly different modulations of the flavor strawberry. And I bet you in some circumstances, they are actually different chemical compounds. A lot of the times they are the same thing. For example, lemon, a lot of times is just lemonade, right? But even in orange, I remember this from, speaking of Subcool, with this Banana Jack, actually the Kaffir lime, most of it was lime. And of course, I made Lime River Rose with the number six, the most kind of, she was the lime pop, basically lime popsicle. But my number two, my first keeper, the one that I liked the most at the beginning, that's not true. I liked the number six the most, but I really loved the number two because she was this fucking gigantic plant, uh, dense, nuggy, incredibly easy to clone, everything, and tasted and smelled like Valencia oranges. The fuck? Where did that come from? Right? Obviously not the same exact terpenes as Tangy, for example. Another, or I guess I was talking about strawberries, but it didn't come from any of this. Well, not close to any of the same relatives as Tangy or any of the orange Calio or whatever. So how did it taste like orange? Some fucking shit modulated to some shit that didn't really act predictably, and boom, now you have oranges. And it's part of the kind of maddening process of breeding because it doesn't always come out like you want it to, but it's also kind of the fun artistic process of breeding because you have an idea of where you want it to go, and now you have to actually unveil it and you have to discover, did you get that right? Did you get it mostly right? Did you get it partly right? For example, Sour Morgana. I was talking about Sour Morgana. I very much love the strain, but I also am annoyed that I didn't pull out that really sour cherry. There's some sour in, for example, the number four. I also have a number four keeper, basically number three, number four I kept. And number four is more acrid, horseradishy, like kind of almost sour, but not that same mouth-coatingly sour, like basically like these sour cherry candies that I got, these German sour cherry candies, basically. Tastes a lot like that. My mom does. Well, I was hoping to pull that out, basically. What I pulled out instead is a variety of other things. I've got the high, I've got wonderful growth characteristics. The number four smokes like a fucking charm. It's easily the strongest thing that I have. And I have SFVOG. I have a lot of stuff. And that one fucks me up more than all the rest. But I didn't get that sour cherry. So it comes out, I guess I'm babbling, but the shit comes out predictably, but unpredictably. Anyway, babbling like a crazy
Well,
person here.
Kind of like
reminds me.
that. The lemon G has an orange in it, besides Cali Mist and a couple other things. It's actually a four-way cross. And this weekend, I'm going to sit down with the girl that made it and we're going to go through it. So everybody's going to know the genetic makeup of it. And everybody's going to know where the G13 seeds came from, too.
Hmm. That's cool.
The government.
Uh, not unless they're in
Never
Kentucky.
spoken to you on that. That's one I still have seeds of. Not very many, but a few
Yeah, but even
left.
though the story is though G13's this government strain, supposedly the one that they had in Kentucky was like fucking hay. It's just like a
Mhm.
story, right? Right.
Yeah, I don't really believe the story. I don't believe that some government lab in Mississippi has something as good as G13. I just don't, honestly.
It
When
was
you
an
how they
Afghan.
were using the weed and stuff, like nobody was actually like this is one of the most important things for breeding, as we're talking about it. You have to actually consume and it's personal assay, I guess. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say you have to judge the weed basically through personal consumption, essentially, because how else are you going to judge something that is meant for personal consumption? It's like a cook that designs by theory alone, right? And basically, or uses a robot to basically remote control a freaking cook robot across the world. There's no way that that's going to be good food. I mean, I guess I don't know, with huge amounts of freaking practice, maybe or something, right? But come on, no, you have to try it directly, and nobody at that lab was trying it directly, right? Like maybe
Well,
after work or some shit, but
yeah. I mean, the purpose is that they people that like had a script that had glaucoma, very few people. They produced these joints for them, or right way back, and yeah, that and they weren't really doing that much research as far as like maybe they are now, but the Kentucky place was just like a yeah, they just grew a bunch of hay there.
mm,
This is the G13 I'm smoking on right now. This
nice.
is G13. So,
How does it smell and taste? Give
oh,
it
dude,
give us a review, please.
it smells really like it gets really
Funk.
strong. Yeah, when you open the bag, it like hits you, especially when you crack a brand new bag. As soon as you crack that bag without even opening it, you can usually smell it. It's
That's the
awesome.
Afghani.
Oof. Yeah, it's nice and stinky. I love it.
So yeah, I haven't seen this girl in 24 years, and I went to a festival that literally only had 30 people at it, and 28 were really good friends.
Wait, wouldn't that
The other two
classify as a
were
party?
heads you
Like
don't
a
like.
festival, like that's just a party. 30 people.
Well, you've got the sound guy from Buckeye Lake putting the stage on and the sound, and he's singing up there, playing guitar, playing bass. I guess, yeah, it was a party, but it was the 30th year of his hippie fest. So we all
Oh,
had a great time. I even made one person like the joker of the whole group. I didn't know this guy, and he was like, "Hey, I'll take you up on that offer." So I fed him something, and all night he had a nitrous tank, and he had what I had given him. He was like the life of the party for the whole night. But yeah, it was a really good time,
oh,
which got me invited to this weekend's event.
nice.
And we've got a big deal going on here in Ohio because they keep on wanting to separate districts. And the state of Ohio court system has struck this down like 7 or 8 times, but they're trying it again. And what it would do is probably screw up the voting in about 8 or 9 different districts in Ohio, and it would swing it the other way. So we're trying to get that stopped.
Oh,
And we're also trying to, the way the law reads in the state of Ohio, if it has roots, it's counted as one of your 6 or 12 plants. And we've got professors from Ohio University in Athens that are willing to testify that no, this is not true. Once it has roots, it still has 0% THC until you start to flower it, or very little THC, not enough to make it non hemp. So we're going to be talking about that. I've actually been asked to speak, and my farm's only 35 minutes south of there. So I'm gonna go down to the farm on Sunday. My aunt was up and she gave me a little photo album. And the second to last photo is a picture of me and my uncle Monk. And I've got to be like 6 or 7 years old in this picture. And
mm-hmm.
I literally have a 16 gauge shotgun in my hand holding up a rabbit.
Oh, crazy.
Hey, I grew up on farms.
Yeah. Cheers,
So how
everybody. And
is
sorry, go ahead,
I,
Cap.
I was about to say that. How's everybody doing on chat and the panel tonight?
I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm rolling up some purple sour diesel right now.
Purple sour diesel.
Yes, sir.
What's the purple from?
Purple Kush.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a Kush sour diesel.
Mm.
Now that's a different one.
It's not bad. I like it. You can really taste the sour diesel in it.
That's citrus.
Yeah, and the diesel taste.
Yeah. It's a little bit citrus on the inhale, and the diesel comes out on the back end, just like my lemon G times East Bay. You get that lemon flavor off the beginning, and then you get hit with that gas at the end on the exhale.
Wait on. CTC smoking Cali, China. Now, what does that mean, Cali, China? Is that Cali Kush grown by Chinese growers, or is that like an actual name strain? Oh, there we go. Nepal, Jamaican cross with Cali, China. Okay, so it's a strain. Cool. Oh, no thanks, Mrs. D. It's too early for the nighttime stuff. Another couple hours.
I'd wake up with that. Oh, and I may be a little bit loopy. I've been up since 1 a.m.
Oh, wow. All right, you teach me later.
Well, got to take care of dad, and when dad's up, I got to be up. And it's definitely a Death Star and bourbon night because I ended up catching dad falling backwards into the bed, and I screwed up my shoulder again.
Oh shit, Pat. That sucks, man.
Yeah,
That's-
but it saved my dad, so it doesn't matter,
yeah,
right?
for sure. Sure. Yeah.
I've got more time to heal than he does.
Yeah, man. Here comes
And
Smash.
I'm loving my new JBL 710 profession or 701 professionals. Man, they rock.
Yeah, man.
The neighbor actually said something the other morning. He says, "Hey, can you try not to turn both of those on before like 10 a.m.?"
That's
That's funny. I was just
funny.
watching. I can't remember what channel it is right now, but I was just watching some new channel. The dude builds speakers, and I was like, "Oh fuck! I've always wanted to do this." So I'm watching this guy. Some guy's name is like some dude builds. I can't remember what the guy's name is, but he just literally builds speakers out of speaker kits and stuff, and it's honestly not that hard. I don't know why I somehow assumed that it would be difficult or something because I've fixed speakers before, but anyway, he just basically puts the cases together on a table saw, and he usually uses MDF. Actually, I watched two videos of his. One he uses walnut, but anyway, then gets the drivers and stuff and the tweeters and everything online. You can buy basically everything online, right? So I don't know. Here I'm talking like a boomer or something. Did you know that there's channels on YouTube? But no, I was like, oh shit, you can actually like build speakers easily and then watch some guy building it. It's honestly really fun. Anyway,
Yeah, and build the quality box basically.
mhm.
Damper.
These are actually Bluetooth,
Hmm.
so I can play them from my phone,
There you go.
or I've got two channels on each one. So I could have a little band going if I had a bass.
There you
You trying to get to see that when Rob's putting his house together, the speakers, the bass, then comes the drum kit, the bass, the guitar sitting in the living room. trying to give my friends reasons not to come over or
Mhm.
to come over, you know. Hey, come on over. I've got everything we need.
Yeah, where I live now is a musical house. The whole living room is really set for that. But my partner's in
Yeah.
Germany, so there hasn't been any. Well, he's always practicing, but a couple times a week. It's not like it's a band. It's just his friends that are musicians. They all jam here and there.
That's awesome. I loved living in a house that had all the musical instruments when we lived across the street from the beach land. The best part, though, was when they'd come over and ask for their band back for the second set.
Well, even though I always say no, they always, whoever else stops by, whether they know how to play anything or not, they they are enthusiastic about. Well, try, just come on, get even try to sing, do it like a, you know. Uh, Actually, this one girl, yeah, in the one band he has, she never had any experience anything, but from that one of those jams now she's like the singer in their band.
Mhm. Mhm.
Wow.
And Gary, there's not like he's one of these. He really plays the bass, but this guy can play every instrument. Like, yeah, he's like whatever you call that kind of musician. He's really good.
Yeah, I've got a couple friends that anything you put in their hands, basically, they can figure out how to play it within a couple minutes. I'm looking at them like, yeah, okay. That ain't me. Now you want to hear a dead seal sound, maybe, or a dying seal. I'm
Good one,
getting
Nate.
things. I'm sorry.
No, I just came back. I was actually doing some spraying. I was listening, but yeah, yeah. I'm back, and yeah, it was good that Fumi jumped in again too. That was cool. I thought he was gone for the show,
He's
but
making spaghetti or something.
nice.
And how
So,
you doing,
Captain,
Smash?
how
What's up? About to take a dab of some
Hey, Smash.
Yeah, hey, Smash. Jumped on while I was
OMG
away.
diamonds and sauce.
Nice.
Man, I wish you could
I
try
don't.
this. It was sour cheese, and I almost bought an ounce of it just because of the way it smelled.
Smells good.
Nice.
Right on.
Ah,
I was
Sour.
hearing like Colorado dispensaries just like for the first time or like in a decline or something like to that. They're making less and less a year or something like that. But yeah, I can understand it.
Got a boulder.
Mhm.
It's got like a sweet, funky smell to it.
I'm gonna be taking some fudge down with me this weekend. We had made up. See how people like that. We got 30 and 50 milligram half inch squares.
Wow, how thick?
Uh, Probably about a half-inch thick. Yeah,
Cool.
at least.
Right on.
Nice.
Sure.
And then he gave me a jar and he says, "Hey, just heat this up and pour it on your ice cream, man." So we're gonna take it down and pass it out to people and see what they think of it. I already know what I think of it, but you know, this is down southern Ohio. This is back down home, so we're gonna give all this away.
Right on.
Besides that, I want a large group of people to actually try it to give me a feedback to make sure that we're on the right track.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I was just watching. I came across a good show. I don't know. It's on Amazon Prime though. But does anyone watch Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone? And anyway, there's some good like he's basically a mobster, but it involves a dispensary and it involves these an edible, some edibles and yeah, some other things too. That's like, oh yeah, this is like this is like relevant. This is modern. This is like what's really going on.
Well,
Dealing with the Indian reservations.
I look at the fudge, you know, everybody makes up gummies and brownies, but I look at fudge as being like top tier medible type, you know, the thing that you can get the most money out of because not everybody makes fudge. Everybody can make brownies. I can't make fudge. I fuck it up every time because I get the temperature wrong.
I used to make candy, but not like medicated, just normal candy.
Oh, you should make medicated candy, rock candy.
And then so what do you dose it with? With a
This one?
Fico.
distillate? Yeah, the THC
That's
with
cool.
Pico. Okay.
Fi- the ones I get from Michigan are Fico, and there's only like four different flavors that will mask that Fico. It's either that or
Uh-huh.
you use something like rosin. And shit, at 80 and $100 an ounce for rosin, might as well. I bought an ounce of Cushman's rosin the other day for $80.
That's
Nice.
crazy. I mean, that was
Brought
clown
it back,
price.
brought it back to Ohio and got 330.
Mm. Mm.
And got to pay for that gas somehow, right?
Fecal candy. Yeah.
Stopped stopped in a grocery store today and they had one light rail with a mover, an extra set of wheels, four extra sets of stops. And then the guy says, "Yeah, we've got some extra 6 foot sections back here, rails." Well, they had four of them. I got all four for like $80.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Uh, uh,
And then I looked and seen how much a gallon of Dynagro was, and it was $69 because Super Thrive bottom out.
Crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna go buy the pints at $5 a piece at the local garden store up here.
I just took down my last HID with a triple XL reflector. I was thinking about you. Oh, yeah. It's kind of like what you were just saying with the pricing that like, yeah, it's all about location. Sales is kind of like real estate, I guess. You can have something, but if you know where people need it, you can't give it away. I'll probably just toss them. There's at least
What?
two of them now.
That,
I might have
God
a third
damn!
one in storage.
I wish you were like in Michigan. I'd come and pick them up.
Yeah, it's just like the shipping would probably be like $70 each or something crazy.
Yeah, for those big XLs.
Yeah, you could probably find them local if it's just finding the right person at the right time.
I've been picking them up here and there, but I've also been setting up gardens for disabled and also veterans. So
Uh-huh.
when I pick them up, if I pick like if I get a digital ballast, the cord, and the hood, and someone either gives it to me or charges me like $20, I don't make any money on that. I just pass it on to the person. But I have definitely found out LEDs are weak through the canopy. Oh my God. I bought some plants that I thought had
Depends
really
on.
good potentials to be mother plants. And all that lower shit basically died off
Yeah,
because the
some
light
some
couldn't make
people
it
play
through the
around with
canopy.
Depends
like
on the
under
LED.
lighting or side lighting.
It depends on how many diodes are on the LED itself. The watt, there's a lot of factors that go through with penetration for sure. If you're
Yeah,
moving that light and you're keeping it like, I don't know, personally, I go about 20 inches away in veg. And as soon as I get to flower, I try to keep it at 12 inches. And I move the light with the plant. It
Oh,
seems to work pretty good.
I'm at 12 inches in veg.
How many watt? Because I have 720-watt LED and it penetrates fine.
they should penetrate like because they're diffused too, and like get more angles and get between leaves and different angles. Or
Well, that's what these two are. I'm running two that are diffused. But I mean, they're putting
like
out good looms. They're putting out
the
good power.
the light rail, should help with that too.
Oh no, the light rail goes
Whatever.
straight to the MHs, the super
Uh-huh.
1000 watts. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
getting cold here in Ohio.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that'll help with them too, getting all the different angles. It really helps too.
I'm getting good growth on the ones that are really taking off. I'm getting good growth on those, at least an inch a day. I'm at about 83 degrees during the day, and then at night it drops down to about 80.
I don't even know. It's getting cold here. We have another hurricane going over Florida too.
Yeah.
It's
Heard that
yeah.
this one's supposed to be worse. As fucked up as that is. But the thing is,
They've actually,
it's going right through Florida. It doesn't look like it's gonna make land contact other than
Huh.
Florida.
Was the last one like from like the Gulf and that's rare or something? Is
It went,
that what
yeah,
I
it
was
curved up around if you're looking at a map, the left side of Florida, when a lot of the time it either goes through, when it's coming that way, it goes through Florida, or it comes from the other way. But yeah,
it comes from Texas.
it curled up and made it inland, which is very rare for the hurricane and the formations and shit, and how it moves. They usually, with these like weather patterns, they usually follow like the same, like over
Air
time you
current.
kind of track them. But that one just supposedly took like a 90-degree turn almost in the Gulf.
I on the news. I heard this next one was the most explosive storm ever, like rated or something.
It was a
It
Cat
was
5.
two. It was 220 miles an hour in the gust.
Yeah.
220. I haven't even driven 220 yet.
Well, not very many people have.
That's a hard speed to get.
Yeah. 200 even. Yeah, that's hard too.
Got close.
If you ever driven a street bike, those are the things you really get your numbers on. I'll put it that way. So yeah, it looks like it's
They actually kind of downgraded it because they said when it was going to hit, it was going to hit at a 4. Now it's down to a 3.
I'm looking at it right now.
Because my aunt does live in Ocala, that's going to go right over top of.
Yeah, so it's still sitting out in the water, which is good. Because the longer it stays out there, it looks like the more
It loses.
yeah, it loses its steam. But it's still going. Like Sarasota is the direct middle of the eye almost.
Well, I saw the news story of this lady that's mayor of somewhere in town where it's mandatory evacuation. And her, like, all she said was, if you do not evacuate, you will die. I'm like, oh, wow. She
There's
wasn't
a guy
fucking
down
around.
there in the harbor. Everyone's calling him Lieutenant Dan from like Forrest Gump. He's like on a sailboat just sitting in the harbor in Tampa, and he won't leave. He's like, a boat
Well,
floats, you dumbasses. The
maybe
water
he
rising, my
doesn't
boat's
have
gonna
the
die.
power to get out of there before it hits.
No, it's gonna be crazy, dude. There was like, they said there was 4 hour long traffic leaving. Like they were using the
4-hour
fucking,
backups.
yeah. They were saying there was people using the breakdown lane and the other lane. They made the whole highway, and everyone was driving. It was pretty intense. It was getting crazy. It's supposed to make landfall tonight. But the
Yeah,
thing is,
well, someone tells you to leave your area or your state like 4, 5, 6 days before the event happens. And you get down to like 4 days and you see that storm ain't slowing down. Get your ass the hell out of there.
there's some people down there that they've ridden out every hurricane, and they're like, this one's not going to be any different. If you live
And
on the beach,
eventually,
you got to get the fuck out. If you don't live on the beach and you're inland, you're kind of all right. Because I mean, the worst is your house could collapse on you. But if you're close to the beach, dude, you could die from drowning. Fucking the sand was up like 6 feet on some houses. Like, yeah, that's when
Well,
it gets intense.
with the storm surge, yeah.
And then you got to worry about damn
Insurance
flooding.
insurance was supposed to be hard this year too. I know around here it seemed to change a lot.
Well, in Florida, the insurance in Florida over the past couple years has skyrocketed to the point where I know people that have brick and mortar businesses, and because of the insurance, they've had to close their store
It's really
because
hard
they
on
can't
insurance.
afford it. They can't afford their house insurance that went up and their business insurance. So now they're working out of their house.
Besides all the disasters, there's a lot of new codes now for energy efficiency, and I know around here they have to fix things according to the new code, and that could be a lot more expensive than insurance companies are used to.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
I mean, I got sticker shock when I went into this hydro store today. It was like, holy shit. I mean, I bought a bag of perlite, and I know there's one in Southern Ohio that has a $4.99 price sticker on it. And that's a 4 cubic foot bag.
Nice smashed.
Well, yeah, it's something down
So,
there. I don't know. It's something for Arizona, like that makes Arizona or Texas like for warm places to live, or California even. Like San
I'd
Diego
love,
doesn't seem to
I,
get
I'd
hit too
be
hard
where
by
Bud is at.
fires. Yeah, there's like San Diego, or even yeah, where Bud is at. That's kind of like it's unique culture
That's
though.
northern San Diego.
Yeah, Northern San Diego.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
Yeah.
there's a
maybe.
lot. We have some fire threats out in the hills, and but we're like below the real earthquake threats. We have a few little faults that give us a little, yeah,
But your
just
temperature.
yeah. Like even when I was outside, the fog is rolling in super thick. As I try to show it in the light, it's thick tonight, just coming in.
We got
But
some live
living in
pepper cards. And one of the strains I got was New York Sour Diesel. It's really good.
Right on. I'm
Nice.
smoking. I'm smoking on purple sour diesel.
It's always good.
I got red runts.
I
Then I
haven't
got
tried
blue
that.
slushies. I might go harvest a plant. I harvested one of them. I might harvest another.
It's freezing here. I'm ready to put the heat on.
Yeah, I found some blood rot on the kosher kush outside, but that's not the one I'm really worried about. As long as nothing else, as long as everything else works out. It's getting really cold here and wet and rainy.
cold in, it's done.
No,
So
I can't.
California though, like to get back to like warm weather and stuff. Like on the East Coast, a lot of people in the North will retire and they'll like, it's like, oh, move down to
Florida.
Florida.
Still the
And so like,
hurricane.
yeah, California, do they do that in the North? Like,
Well, the
I
older
mean, it's a
people
total,
retire
if
to
you work in Silicon
Arizona.
Valley,
That's what old
Yeah.
people do here. They take their equity and move to Arizona.
My
yeah,
brother-in-law,
definitely
one of
seen
my
that.
Mrs. D's brother-in-law's parents go to Arizona every year. They're older.
Snowbirds. They're
Yeah.
snowbirds.
Yeah,
There's
Yeah.
people
yeah.
that we have these like mobile trailer parks that fill up every winter with like people from, yeah, they're snowbirds. They have like a motorhome and all that, and they come live out here for a month or two when it's unbearable where they're from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like Florida's got that some tax advantage,
Yeah.
but I guess like moving from California to Southern California. I mean, it's the same but also different kind of culture.
Well, yeah,
But
they're night and day difference. Bay Area
Yeah.
to LA, SoCal to NoCal, the
yeah,
culture, the type of people.
but
Yeah,
still
it's
Cal, yeah,
way
the
different.
type of people.
Holy.
Welcome to the West Coast group, people.
I basically, even though I lived in the Bay Area for huge amounts of time over my life, I'm a SoCal person.
Yeah. Texas is also a lot of people moving there. And not so much New Mexico that I've heard of.
Cheap.
Well, a lot of
And
these
like
places don't have
Texas
sale. I
also has
mean,
a
don't have.
coast.
Wait, they don't have sales. They have like tax benefits. Like they don't charge taxes
Yeah, yeah,
on
like
things.
Florida. I think
And I think Texas is advantage. That's an advantage of Texas too.
yeah. Oh yeah, there too. No income tax, state income tax or something like that. Some I'm not sure. But yeah, some kind of tax advantage in Florida. But Texas, yeah, they have the coast. So if you're into boats anyway, and you're coming from California, then you could go there, try there, and still have a boat. And you're like, I don't know, Corpus Christi, but that's not it. Whatever that is, that area.
Yeah, one thing that makes like boats out of like questionably expensive in this area is like what do you call it? Having a slip, like having a dock, paying
Yeah.
for that. Like there's the harbors and oh yeah, to have a boat in those, the prices are gone up and up and up. Like to only the people that can really afford it have it.
Yeah. I mean, you could have a towboat. Let me tow. People
Then
have
you
that
got to
around
put
here.
it
Just
in the
building
water all
lakes.
the time, and then you got to take it out. And,
Right
you know,
on.
it's just much easier pulling up
But in
and
the
tying
Oh,
ocean,
that's the
off and
yeah. Oh,
getting
that's
off.
cool. Yeah, yeah.
and in
That's
the
style.
ocean, a
That's
boat that
cool.
is on a
You don't even
trailer
have to leave.
is only really going to be good for like right offshore a little bit. Like to really go out at sea, you need a bigger boat than you fit on a trailer.
Yeah, I probably do.
Well, at
I've
least,
seen some 40 footers before.
yeah.
For the most part, though, yeah, they're mostly day boats, though. Like for fishing, though, or water skiing, just a day out. But yeah, it's a whole different thing if you have a slip, and yeah, you can have a party on your boat, not leave. But
Yeah.
the gas is pretty expensive.
You get down to the harbors, not everybody, but there's a good amount of people that live on their boat. That's like
Yeah,
that's their house.
Because they can't afford
I've seen that
anything
too.
else.
Yeah, in California too. I've heard people doing that in California.
Yeah, that's a
So I know
there's
somebody.
a whole culture. They're like crusty
And
sea
North
Secondhand.
Bay.
people, but they pretty much some of those boats they're not even in working order to go out at sea. They're just to live on in the harbor.
Mascara.
I don't know, but like Tesla's does something with some kind of small house. Did you hear? I should have to look that up again. Some kind of tiny house they'll deliver to you. Is like it's like a cube and it opens up and somehow it's like a tiny house.
And Guru.
I'm gonna look that
That's the
up.
way I'd look at it. Would you do open up a motel? No, they're each grow rooms.
So Elon Musk just unveiled $7,000 Tesla tiny house, $10,000 Tesla home.
Dude, all the insurance companies are putting out warnings to people in Florida they say if you got an electric car and you're evacuating or anything, don't park it near your house. Because salt water conducts electricity and can really short that fucking whole thing out.
Yeah, yeah. There was one car in, I think it was in the Carolinas,
So look, I'm harvested
caught a
other than
house on
that
fire.
weird plant over there. And I think I'm gonna take that down too. Clean up in here. Here, we'll go look at everything I harvested so far.
Yeah, electric cars. I've talked about that before. How they're kind of like bombs that can be programmed through software. And yeah, so the whole pager thing in Lebanon kind of reminded me of that at some point. Like, oh wow, we've kind of got that now. Like for people who ever have electric cars, it doesn't even need an
Well,
explosive in them.
I
It's
watched
just like
this
the battery
ambulance
can start
chase
a house on fire.
thing on YouTube, and this one time there was an accident with this Tesla that caught fire, and I never seen something like burn down to the fucking ground so fast. Even before they had the right fire truck with the foam, that thing was like unrecognized. When they foamed it and got it out, you couldn't. There wasn't rim. There wasn't anything that. Oh, that was a car there, and it happened like that, really fast.
Well,
Yeah,
over in
they got to work on
Asia,
that.
over in
New
Asia,
batteries would be good.
over in Asia, they actually check your battery pack, like your external battery pack that you would take to recharge your laptop or your phone, because they found certain companies and certain amps will catch fire on airplanes. And you can go to YouTube and you can watch about all these portable power banks catching on fire, and most of them will be in Asia
No,
because
I
of
mean,
all the Chinese shit.
this is. Oh wait, you guys are.
And they go up quick.
Fucking batteries. Look at those batteries. I I can't exactly remember the name of them, but you take a hammer and a nail, and you friggin' put a nail into it, and it friggin' literally explodes or lights on fire and explodes
Lithium.
and shit. Yeah, that's crazy.
So this is the plan I just took down.
This is my rifle.
And,
This is my gun.
I don't have much light right now. This is one of my most bottom nubs, and it would have been covered up a lot. The bottom nugs over here are pretty big,
Take your
and I
time.
don't trim anything either. I'm lazy. Look at that plant. I didn't trim this once. Like I don't trim away leaves. I let the plant do whatever it wants.
The fan leaves and everything without trichlomes
I
is
feel
laying in the grow room floor.
Well, everybody has their methods. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dry as hell around here. I've actually been thinking about the canitrol. They're really
Oh,
expensive though. That's the big drawback. Either that, or maybe I might. It's kind
Look
of
at
a
this.
bogus solution. Is just get a tent.
Well,
This is about
Michigan,
It's
um,
too hard to keep a humidifier going, like or I don't, continue supply of water or something, and it's just crazy. It's so dry here.
yeah,
It's
and
one of
even
the
when you
Michigan's the same way in wintertime.
when you have like a high quality humidifier, the quality of the water going in is going to make a big difference on the longevity of the device.
So you gotta go buy water or use
Distilled
RO.
water or RO water, yeah, or the scales
Yeah.
or just the shit in the water clog up the affect the ability of the thing to be efficient.
Yeah, it's an ultrasound.
Well, I went to Walmart and I went to their, pet section because I need to make sure I get rid of the chlorine in the water that we have here. So I bought the shit that they had there. Today I went to the aquarium store and I got the shit that I used to get at Walmart. It was about $5 more a bottle, but you drop like 3 drops in a 5-gallon bucket and it just clears out the chlorine. It beats the hell out of using like a third of that cap for a 5-gallon bucket. That shit gets expensive. I can't believe how expensive it's gotten to grow. I'm thinking it's going to cost me $1,200 a pound just to grow.
Wow, no, something's wrong there.
Yeah, it's a lot. But I have seen some prices actually go up. That's kind of surprising.
I know
Oh,
that, but
yeah,
Something, I think it was
overall,
organism
over
XL. I think that was,
prices
or at least
are
it's not
up.
on. You can't find a good price. Maybe it was always that price, but you could always find it like 25% off. No, you can't. I was gonna say the thing with that canitrol too, though. It's like you have to do a wet trim because it's something you put the buds on a tray and then it basically goes into a self-contained little room, little container. They have rooms also, but it's just like a small fridge or wine cooler kind of thing. But then it also holds the pressure, and I don't know. I wonder how that would be. And then it's also for just for holding it like a humidifier for long
hey,
term.
it's only 3, 4, 5, 6, $700. Go buy one.
Oh, it's even more than that.
Come on,
It's
Doc,
like
you got the money.
another 1,000. Add another 1,000 to that.
Okay, well, I think
Well,
I'd build a dehumidifier room first.
yeah, but
I
yeah,
actually want to
maybe.
have
But
a
someone took the time to actually do it right and come up with something decent product. Yeah, it's something. But yeah, yeah, there was a time when that I wouldn't even think of it. Yeah, and I've always done that. In fact, I remember some of the harebrained things that I even tried, like trying to make like something similar to a charcoal to a
oh,
filter
that
using
was a lot of
charcoal,
bourbon.
carbon filter using charcoal briquettes.
Well, you can actually just in Thailand, you can buy carbon just about anywhere. You can buy it in little chunks, you can buy it in sticks because there's so much humidity there that you need to keep it in like your bathroom or your kitchen or it stinks.
This plant
I'm
looks so
lucky
cool.
enough.
It's a nice plant. It's nice.
Yeah, I had to cut the top off because it got burnt, but it probably could have gone another fucking 10 days if I let it. I'm just I gotta clean it
Yeah,
here, I
nice
gotta
whole
reset
plant.
it. Trying to worry about outside. I want to get these seeds done.
Uh-huh. See, so what you'd have to do is like, that cantrell is like actually just hang a plant for a while, unless you're going to do a wet trim. I've done that, but so
Same thing with the herbs now. You got a wet trim.
Yeah.
The hell with that.
But as a humidifier type thing, it would be good too. I'm surprised there's not more competition in that area. Like AC Infinity, if you're listening, man, they seem to have jump on every bandwagon for a product. But just some kind of like, yeah, basically, even just something simple like a humidifier,
Yeah, and
something
send it
robust.
to
It's got
everybody
a,
on the panel and we can all try it out in
that'd be
our
great. It's,
different climates.
just like the controller is like one of the big components of it. And then some sensors, and it's got a solid state cooling unit. So it's quiet. I don't even know if it has any fans. That one, or you just have the quietest of fans, but it's not an air conditioner with a compressor. So it's totally quiet. And if you got the right
Well,
controller, and then, and they got something with dew point. They focus on dew point more
when I
than
want
relative humidity.
when I want something to control temperature and humidity, I go to Home Depot and I buy it
Yeah,
for 29.95 or thirty
yeah,
nine
yeah.
ninety
No,
five.
no, I hear it. No, you're right. You're right. But then again, sometimes it's good to splurge and get something somebody else spent all the time doing. Maybe got, you know, some of the
Well,
kinks worked out. No, I hear you though. It's ridiculous. It's really expensive for anyone that's not like my age and basically set in life more or less a lot more than I was decades ago for sure. Yeah.
I'm
So,
just cheap.
well, yeah, one splurges on something.
Nature's
I,
really blue. I've never
I
actually.
don't know. I'm kind of like I haven't bought one, so I'm just taking that position
I
that
walked
it
into the
is kind of
gross. I'm
it is
sorry,
kind of
Jeff.
cheap. Like if you're that much into it, it's something we're really into, and it's gonna if it does last for say 10 years, but it's actually pretty small. It's another thing. But like I was saying, yeah, some competition would be. I'm surprised there's not more like some kind of nice humidifier with a temperature control. They've got them for just regular humidifiers, some things like that. At least I've looked. It's like wine. There's like wine coolers and and humidifier, like some kind of cross, really is what it seems like you need because the humidifiers just they don't seem to be electric and really like at least they probably are. Maybe I did see one that I think, but that was also like over $1,000. That was
That's the
electric and really
thing.
nice.
If you want a good dehumidifier, you have to pay for it. You can't buy the 149 or $159 one. You have to buy the 280, $350 dehu.
Dude, this
Yeah,
dehumidifier
this
has
was a
enough.
humidor, but yeah,
So since I used AC that had dehumidifier mode for a while, and that broke, and I went and got this one, and it's worked it was on every summer, all summer for the last 3, 4 years. The only thing it asked me to do is clean its fucking filter.
this
Filter.
thing, yeah, I've had one of those. Yeah, it lasts for a year. It can last for a decade.
Um, I got it like set up with a little. Yeah, sorry, it's not a little light over here. I just shut all the room down pretty much.
Ooh. Ooh.
Look at I hooked up a tube to it to help move the air towards the basement and stuff, and towards the inlet of the room. I never ended up hooking up. Like it's got a hose, but I ran a hose to go to a drain, and I just never ended up hooking it up. If it would like, I'd be down here and I had two buckets, and if it looked full, I had my water bucket and I had a dehumidifier bucket. And if it looked full, I'd just like drop the 5 gallon bucket in there, pick it up, and bring it upstairs. I
I
don't know.
opened up my hole in the floor of my basement and dumped it in there. And then the pump pumped it out.
Yeah, I gotta clean. I'm gonna clean everything tomorrow. I might even shut this light off. It doesn't need to be on if there's no plants in here. Yeah, I got nothing in this room since the first time I grown it. Um, I think this is my 5th flowering cycle in this room, which is dope. And I already have veg plants that are coming in here in, I don't know, a couple days when I get it re-cleaned out and shit.
When I moved into my house in Michigan, the first thing I did in the basement, besides not even put a box in the basement, is I went out and I bought that white pool paint. And because the walls were already painted, and I put that shit on. That was the best thing I did. And I covered the floor with it. Didn't worry about any water because it all went down into the big septic and it got pumped out.
You can really see the differences when you turn down a light. This light's so orange and this light's so blue. And I got it where, I don't know, I really like everything that's been coming out.
Yeah, you're getting a mixed spectrum.
Yeah, nice.
The LED lights that I have, I can control that where I can turn all the red, the orange off and just keep like the yellow, blue, and white on. My electrician the other day looked at my lights and he said, "You got one problem here. It says 277 and we're running 240. You can't pull that much." So they've got to go in the warehouse. But luckily, I had a friend in Michigan give me a couple 1,000-watt ballasts. So digital. So I'm like just waiting for the cord. That's the one thing the grow shop didn't have that they should have. Well, everything's getting phased out. But, the cord that plugs into your ballast that goes to your light fixture, every place should have those.
Yeah,
I got to
that's a
go to
basic
Home
cord. I
Depot.
mean, yeah, like because other things use that same cord.
My speakers do.
Yeah.
I love Sprite. So the only place you can find those now is like the secondhand shop around here. We got a store that like buys secondhand stuff. Not buy, well, they buy stuff from people and sell it secondhand. So you could go in and get like whatever, kind of like bits and pieces if you really need it.
Well, there's a friend of mine that has a business that does go around and buys out like businesses that didn't make it. And he's got a bunch of the stuff I need. And he's like, "You really want this?" And I'm like, "Yep." And he says, "Come on down. I'll load you up with it really cheap." You know what's really hard to find right now are the light rail movers. Not the whole system, just the
They
movers.
stopped making them in the early 2000s.
That's why I bought the extra wheels today, the extra stoppers today. I left the screws there because I've got tons of screws.
Yeah,
He
I have a
actually threw, I'm sorry, bud.
I have like a bunch of light rails in the one room. This they've been humming along for years and years and years. They even though the lights go off, we leave them running because like we've learned over the years, that's how the
Don't stop
longevity of
them.
them. Yeah.
Same way with a fan.
But no one uses light movers anymore. That's why they're not available.
I know. That's why I was happy to get the extra set of wheels. I've got 4 or 5 sets in Southern Ohio. I've got a couple brand new in the box still.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that company like that.
I've got $15,000 worth of grow equipment in Southern Ohio. Easy.
I think it's called Light Rail. That's the company. I think that's all
Light
they ever
rail.
made. Light Rail. Like that's
Monorail.
it wasn't like they had other products. They made that. That was it. And they had a good run for years because they were people used them. But I'm
At
sure that company
3.5.
people that company probably went belly up or went away.
Maybe one of the LED companies bought them out, or one of the big double-ended light companies bought them out and said, hey, let's get rid of this company. It's
Well,
happened to a couple of my nutrient companies.
I'm smoking on this strain called Goo Fies, Fiez, and the cross is Joker to apples and bananas. And it's really fucking fire.
I remember smoking Joker for the first time in San Diego at a convention. And that was in like 2010.
Also puffing. This is red runts on this one. Live resin. Like I already trimmed up Michelangelo. It's in a jar. Blueberry Kush. I had one come down Sunday, and I just took the other 3 last plants in there. So I took down one Blueberry Kush at 85 and the others at 88, 89 days. Um, yeah, I was going so long. The plants that are in veg, they fucking are touching the top of the tent. They literally have them sitting in there sideways like this right now, so they could not burn themselves anymore. I gotta. I'm gonna go down there clean out the tent or the room tomorrow. I gotta put all the soil into a big bin
You know
and I
what I
gotta
would do,
up pot everything.
Smash, is I take a large section of that top. I mean, literally like 2 feet of it, and put it in a DWC and watch what happens. You can maybe fit 4 to 6 in like an 18-gallon tote, but you can literally take a 2 foot long branch and root it and flower it out in those, because you're way too tall to go into your room and you don't want to burn another bud like you did.
Yeah, that's my
because
own.
that was a nice sized bud too, dude.
I just cut a tall plant recently, like it took off a big top of it.
I like tall
And then
plants. I bought
I waited a bit. I gave it a few more, like a week or something like that. And then
I'm
I
looking I'm looking for 3 to 5 feet.
I
And
think I'd flip everything at 3.5.
that's usually when I'm trying to flip. Sometimes they get a little bigger. Like that last one.
Most of I try to get around
Baby.
3 to 3.5, but usually
and
it
then
ends up more like 5.
yeah, it's still growing. And then I trimmed each branch heavily too. So it was just like each branch was just a spear, and I was trying to just get like just one or two nice nugs on each. Because now there was a lot of tops when I cut it so low. Like all of a sudden, all these low branches are going to be
That's
tops,
when
and yeah,
that's when you make clones.
yeah. So I was like just trying to get
It was
a
it was
few
funny.
inches of each one, of each
One of the
branch.
blueberry
I'm
bushes.
going quality like that. Yeah, and clones at that top. The top's the best part. Yeah, for clones. So
One of the blueberry cushions was fucking. I V'd it, so there was an inner node. It got so heavy on both sides, it split the stem apart, and then like
yeah,
I was like, what? I didn't even notice till it was healed over. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Because I kept putting bamboo stakes in there.
yeah. A lot of times, like I'll just skirt some like that green tape or wire, like make a circle around it, and just to kind of hold it like a barrel band to hold it
That aluminum tape works pretty
straight towards the
good.
center.
Duct tape works pretty good. I've used about everything you can think of.
Use saran wrap and then electric tape.
I've used cloth, like
If you moisten the
medical
cloth, it
tape.
will help it even more. You want to keep it like if you break a branch or if you're doing like what's it called? I'm so high I can't think of it right now.
Grafting.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there we go. If you're grafting, you want to keep it as moist as possible. Um, that's why a lot of the time you'll see the bonsai people use a little piece of saran wrap and then they'll tape it. Um, there's some other ones I see people just shove it in there and it's good. I mean, you don't have to do all that either.
But I did that as an experiment. And my problem is I put the holes too close together and I only made the holes one size. I didn't have like neoprene at the time because they really didn't have the neoprene rings at the time. So I tried it out and I couldn't believe that I was getting 1.5 foot tall to 2 foot tall side branches to root and then flower in a DWC system.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Plants are amazing.
I thought it was. I was like, holy shit, because I totally forgot about it for like a month and a half. And then I open it up and there's all these roots because it never went, I always filled the reservoir, but never really looked at it. It was kind of like an afterthought. It wasn't even directly underneath the light. It was just one of those experiments.
Man,
I got to take clones soon.
I'm happy to have everything down. It took forever.
Yeah,
80.
98 days. Holy shit.
Yeah.
You're almost growing Thai at that point.
I don't even know why they went that long. Normally, well, the blueberry went extra long this time. Normally, I'm harvesting it around 75, but
How did was it a clone off of that plant or was it another seed?
all of them were seeds.
Okay, then you probably got a Thai leaning blueberry.
There's three of them, and they're all pretty. They all lasted pretty long. Um, it's still they all smell really fucking berry like, so I'm happy. But one of them definitely has a tie leaning towards that blueberry side.
Yeah, that can take you an extra while. Me and DJ talked about that. We also talked about how it can get 3 harvests off the flow.
I've never really liked flow.
Neither did I,
No.
but it put on weight and was decent smoke for people that weren't really into heavy smoke.
Yeah, it's just one of those ones that didn't hit me right. Bud's in the middle of a jungle right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Yeah,
to go out and see Bud here soon.
the lights finally came on. I could do some work.
I go to the bank tomorrow morning. And then I'm gonna probably have to talk to a lawyer because they told me when they changed my accounts, but they didn't tell me who did it and why.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really fuck with them. I hate banks.
Well,
Seems
it
like
took
they
my
always mess
credit
things up
from
for your money.
733 down to 566. I got a big problem.
Yeah.
I can't even go out and buy a $500 beater on credit.
The Eulers are crazy now too. Yeah, there's like somebody just lost their case with Uber. You know, just because of like some Euler, they just basically years back with it wasn't even Uber. It's like Uber Eats and Uber is like two different things, really, or something. Yeah. And something like with Disney was like that too. Yeah, but it's crazy. And the other day, so yeah, people like Colorado passed a law where businesses have to take cash. That just happened this year, and
I think
it's
that's a United States law. Like you can't not accept cash any
I
point.
don't know.
No, no, the airports are like that.
And venues that have concerts are like that, and
Yeah.
fuck, there's other places like that too. I don't know if there's
In
a
some
federal
place,
law about that.
and even these places, maybe like they don't have to give you change, but they have to accept your cash. But like, oh, it was like something to do with paper receipts. But anyway, I could see in the future they're going more and more to like just getting rid of paper receipts too.
Well, in Thailand, I don't carry money. I just carry my phone
Yeah,
and
because
I
it's
do
all
a
digital.
QR code scan.
Uh
And
A
it
huh.
lot
like
of countries are like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
within
That's in Asia.
I'm
That's
within 4 or 5 seconds, their cash register is beeping and printing out a receipt.
uh-huh. And prints it out though, huh? Yeah. This
Yeah.
was yeah. So it was like I was returning something, and it was like at Sam's, and they but they like. They like, 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 they they stopped saving a record of the things I bought for like 2 years. Like I kind of remember it went back further than that, but now it's like 2 years. That's it. And I never used to save the paper receipts. And now they offer though, oh, to email you a receipt. So like now I'm gonna have to start having them email me the receipt though too.
Yeah, you
And I
gotta
can
call
just
me.
see in the future they're gonna go more and more to that way. They're not even gonna give you a paper receipt. It's gonna be like you said, scan this. Okay, beep. Okay, you're good. Bye.
Unless you go to CVS, then they're gonna give you a receipt the size of you.
Yeah,
I
with
remember they'd have
coupons.
like the back of the with coupons on the back and stuff.
I love their coupon system. I'll have like fucking $8 in extra care bucks, and you just go get candy or whatever for free. Not free, but like rewards bucks, like the casino. But yeah,
I think it's Walgreens. I got like 25 or $26.
um, I don't know. Like I have Google Pay. I could tap my phone. You know, I'd rather deal in cash.
Both times I've been back to the States since I moved to Thailand. First time my credit card was hit, and they ran up a shit ton on that. And this last time they got a hold of my debit card, and that drained my bank account. I'm
Dude,
like,
Like
holy shit. I had fucking, 5 digits in this bank account. And
they can
within three
scan it.
months, I'm at minus $14.
you got to be
The
careful when you
credit
go to
card
the
can be
store
scanned
too.
just in your pocket
Yeah, and they
magnetically.
have credit card skimmers. You got to be careful nowadays.
Skimmers too.
I
There's actually a scene
actually,
in that Tulsa King, that movie with Stallone with oh yeah, they wouldn't take cash. He was trying to buy a latte or something, and he's got like 100. He's got a stack of hundreds in a bill holder. He's like, "What? I remember when cash was king. Have you heard of that?" It's a young teenager, like, and he basically asked the person behind him if he gives him cash, will he use his app? And he goes, "Sure."
So
yeah.
I just got a direct deposit from TikTok. So like they got all my information because they're sending me money. But
The future is going to get crazy, and AI. With AI, that's one thing that I think about when I give out stuff or just online or okay things and just forget about it. Yeah, the AI is getting crazy. Well, it's
dude,
not getting crazy, but it's just advancing the way
on
it
like
naturally would. But
so I'm making money off like affiliate orders. Someone sends me a cord or something, I make a video on TikTok, and if someone buys it from my link, I make whatever money. Um, but it's gotten so big on TikTok, the affiliates and stuff. There's Chinese there's bot farms, there's TikTok shopping like warehouses where there's like 80 Asian girls and they're just selling products all day on live. Because it's such a revenue. Even some of the businesses are like, dude, the people that are affiliates are making more money than we are if they're doing it right, which is kind of interesting.
yeah, I believe it.
It's
Marketing
it's
and sales. Yeah,
it's like oh shit. The not Sam's Club. What's the other, not J and B,
Costco.
but Costco.
Uh,
Costco does not really make a huge profit or big profit off the products.
yeah, they charge a
It
membership.
it charges the membership fee, and that's what pays for everything.
That's why they lose on
Yeah.
hot dogs. That's why hot dogs are still $1.50 because they rather
Yeah, hot dogs
leave hot
and
dogs
chickens.
$1.50 and still charge you $100 for the premium membership. The $100 is gonna pay for their fucking your six
I was
hot
just
dogs or
basically there
whatever.
today, Sam's. But
But
compared,
I
there's been so much inflation at other places. It doesn't seem like it's been as much there, or maybe just like because of the quantities that you're buying, they can absorb more of that.
So I got these hash drops, 25 milligrams each, 250 total. Then I got these RSO gummies that are 50 milligrams each, 500 milligrams. I think I'm gonna do the RSO. Let's see how these hit.
wow, that's pretty late at night.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's the opposite. I'd be up still, and
Oh,
I
these
need
are
to go
really
to sleep. My dad had a really tough night last night, so I stayed up with him.
these candies are actually good. The hash drop candies are the best.
Yeah, that's one thing. Don't put really good gummies in front of me when I get the munchies,
I eat them,
because
dude.
if they're
I'll be laying
really
down.
good, I'll eat the whole can or jar that you put in front of me.
Maybe
And
late, and I'll
then
be
you
like,
look,
damn, I want something sweet. And you look, and you just have some edibles. You're like, all right, I guess I'll eat one or two.
yeah, but medibles, don't they kind of put you to sleep after maybe an hour, hour and a half?
Yeah, depending on like this 50 will probably just kind of like relax me when I lay down. It won't knock me out.
Yeah.
If I eat three of them, four of them maybe, it might knock me out. They seem pretty
If
strong.
I if I ate that many, I'd be up to like noon.
These RSO ones, once you get through all the candy flavoring, you can just taste the RSO.
Yeah,
What up,
we had to adjust the fudge and add more cocoa because you could taste the hash oil in it.
I
So
feel like they're
Captain, what
okay.
solvent do you use for that for like your RSO? I've never made
Uh,
RSO. I'm not really sure.
It's Everclear.
Southern Ohio and West Virginia milk jugs.
Yeah, it's Everclear. It's 190 proof alcohol. I mean, you
So
can do
just
it
an
one.
extract like
Well,
that. Because
we're
I
at
mean,
like
real Rick Simpson's
180.
was with naphtha.
Yeah, naphtha,
Well,
which is
wait,
bad for you.
no, the like hexane, that's like basically pure
Mm.
200% alcohol. That's hexane. If you bought it from like a chemistry or that's alcohol.
But you can also buy grapeseed oil that's 100%.
Well, grapeseed ethanol, not oil. It's ethanol.
Yeah,
And that's
ethanol.
that's organic and 200%.
I like corn
Because I've
spirit.
done that with Everclear, and then you just decarb it, so it's an extract
Or
and
200
decarb.
proof, 100%. There's only
Uh,
100%, but in alcohol, it's proof. And back when I was doing extractions a lot, there's a place in Oregon that used to sell 5-gallon jugs of all the different ethanols. Mainly that website was like for winemakers. They use it
Yeah.
for fortifying wine, like bringing it to the legal alcohol limit. It's, uh, and yeah, the 190s and the lesser proof, Yeah, there would be moisture in it. You had, you know, if you spent the more money, you got the 200 proof. It was clean, could be. A friend of
Well,
mine that shut down his massive operation gave us a bunch of stuff. Yeah, right in the. I have like a brand new barrel, never been cracked, like a 50-gallon barrel of hexane, which that's pure alcohol.
maybe we got to talk about that one, bud.
Yeah, well, it's a 50-gallon barrel. It's not easy to move around.
I know that's why we got shipping companies.
I like 190. I feel like when I reduce it, that little extra water, I guess, that's in there, helps.
Well,
Yeah,
back then
good.
was when we were
Get the
making
water soluble
shatter and
component.
using a vacuum oven to purge out the alcohol. Yeah, you didn't want that percentage of water in there. That was you had to bake that one a little more to bake out that water. You had to use a higher temperature to get it, or if you didn't do it right, it would crackle when you smoked it because that last bit of water was still trapped in it.
I'm
Isn't
sorry,
there?
but I've never made liquor above 182 proof. And I was told at 182 proof, I got like really quality white lightning.
Yeah, it's hard to get 100% pure liquor out in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? You're relying on. I mean, some of the like labs, I feel like are the only place because you have every aspect of the cook under
And the
like
distillation.
yeah, it's under like lab technologies, and people are watching every step, and they have sensors that are like raising, lowering the temperatures in the pipe. You know what I mean? But it's hard to do out on a fucking mountainside. In
Lead
your bed.
to.
Well, I mean, isn't it like part of it is like 200 proof would be like cannabis distillate, where you've like basically processed out everything
Synthesize
but
it.
this 200 proof. Yeah, there's no more.
There's nothing. It's just
Yeah,
straight
it's just
ethanol.
alcohol. Like there's no
Hmm.
terps or the other things that also have effect on the consumption of it.
Wonder if you can make a spirit from like maybe the stems or something from the cannabis plant. They don't really do that, do they? Well,
You could. You
Well,
could.
they
Yeah,
I
do.
bet
yeah,
maybe the
you
bud.
can.
I bet
Yeah.
you can make fermented wine, like cannabis wine, beer,
Well,
obviously.
really,
It's
when
at least
we
added
do
like
it,
hops, but
is we have half-gallon wide mouth mason jars and we let it soak in there anywhere from 16 to how many ever hours we get to it.
One of these.
And then we strain that out. And a lot of times when we do a short one that's like 14 or 16 hours, we drink that moonshine. So nothing goes to waste. And then we have a radio vac that we run it through. So the tube is constantly going through a hot water, evaporating everything. We did step up our game a little bit, guys.
Oh, yeah, the full jar of weed. I like
No,
it.
tomorrow last night.
I actually picked it up at a garage sale for $250. It was almost brand new. Kind of like the 6 foot rails for the light movers for $20 a piece today. And oh yeah, grab the stoppers and grab the wheels. I'm just gonna throw those in.
What are you doing? Fume, how you been, buddy?
You
Sorry,
full?
down. What was the question?
Oh, I
How
said,
you
how you been?
doing?
Oh, doing all right. How about you?
Still kicking, man. Life's sometimes challenging, but you just gotta keep pushing.
Mm. That's a good answer. How's the garden? How's the outdoor garden?
Outdoors doing cool. Well, the kosher kush I just found some bud rot on today, so I'm kind of like I might take it down just to. I don't need the flower from it. I just thought it would be cool to seed, but my stuff, the Chem Dog across the chemo, a little bit of powdery mildew. Bud rot hasn't touched it yet. It's getting fucking cold though. Really cold and wet the last couple of days, so I can see where the bud rot came from. I was out there today, but
How soon are you going to harvest them?
I don't know. That's the problem I'm having right now because uh I don't know if that's fully done seeding itself. I think I started too late, and
How
I think
many
I need.
days?
I don't know.
Seeds take
Well,
about 30 days.
try. I was going to say for the powder and mildew, it'll get worse if you don't treat it. Try to spray it with milk, basically. Get a little bit of milk and dilute it, basically. Get a spray bottle and dilute like a couple
Are you
tablespoons
gonna
or a spray bottle and literally spray that on the plants. The lactic acid in the milk, ideally you would actually get unpasteurized milk, but I've never had a chance to try that, so I don't know if that actually works. So ideally you would want actual lactobacillus to actually like inoculate the plants, right? But basically the lactic acid in the milk kills the powdery mildew. And we tried that last year when I was in Israel. Like, fuck, what am I supposed to do across the world, right, to save the plants? Well, we basically sprayed them with fucking milk, and wouldn't you know it, the problem went away, literally. So try that.
Okay.
And milk washes off, so you don't have to. It's like obviously you could spray sulfur or something, but sulfur doesn't wash off. So milk literally will wash off the first time that it rains.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I don't use any milk anymore, but a long time ago, I tried that stuff. And I remember that there was this foulest smell of fucking rotten milk that got in like the room after I used it. It was effective, but yeah, that was foul smell. I use sulfur.
You made floor yogurt or something.
Sulfur seems pretty effective. The vapor.
Yeah, but I mean, he
and
can't he can't use sulfur or anything. I mean, I guess it's going to be
and
seeds. So I
flour?
suppose
Yeah,
in
I'm not
theory,
smoking it, so
yeah, if you're not going to smoke it, I guess you could use sulfur if you wanted to. I would worry that the sulfur will do something to the seed husks. I actually don't know, but I would just be worried about it. So that's why I
Well, I
say I would
wouldn't use it late.
sulfur
I don't
burning.
use it in flowering. Where I use the sulfur burner effectively, and it in the last year that I've like taken over this operation here, that used to have
Mm.
like trailing powdery mildew outbreaks, is they used to take down and set the same day. And then I leave the room empty for 1 day, usually 2 days. And when the room's empty, I I use like a sulfur vaporizer, and then yeah, that was the trick. Like they were fighting it by spraying and all the different things, and but it would always be these little breakouts. Certain sections seemed more prone to it, and then for the last year, well, maybe a little over a year, yeah, every time one room's done, we also use those UV light uh, things. And for like the night that it's empty, it gets the sulfur burner, the vaporizer, and the UV light, move them around a couple times over the few hours. And that seemed to have done the trick.
um, it looks like
They,
everything's working on the female like feminizing side. I think
That's cool.
the problem is I started probably a week, 2 weeks late, so I'm behind.
Hmm.
So I was
It
hoping to leave them
Try
out.
high pH water. Joseph Anthony in the chat, by the way, hello, says milk works, and then you can also try high pH water. That's definitely one that's fucking harmless. I mean, I suppose it could be harmful if you went way too high, but if you
Well,
have pH up, presumably
I
that would be a good way to do it. I don't know. I'd say in the
I
chat
I
think
if you
have a
even most
product.
of these
hold
other
on,
remedies, that's the effective part of it. Like sulfur, oh, that's like a
Yeah,
unfriendly pH.
changes the
Either the
pH. Yeah,
milk or the labs. That's an. I think it's the pH of the leaf surface that a lot of the remedies for powdery mildew is by either making it really low or really high. It doesn't make a suitable host for it to get going.
baking soda.
Since you're
yeah.
not gonna
Citric
smoke
acid.
this, since you're not gonna smoke this, and until the government made them change the labeling on it, Bodines has a product called Infuse. And the day that you basically spray the plant down, the powder mildew stops. Because I had a problem in flowering and I caught it early, but I still had bud formation. And as the leaf grew out of the bud, you could see a line where the powder mildew stopped, and it
Yeah, but
was
you're talking about like
perfectly
an actual
fine.
pesticide. I don't know. Smash basically
It's
might
a systemic product,
yeah,
and
you
it
wouldn't want a
lasts
systemic. Yeah, that's
45 to
especially
60
making seeds and
days.
stuff. Like, no, fuck X. No, not a chance. I unendorse your
Yeah.
previous comment. But for like relatively harmless ways to deal with it, yeah, I would start with fucking milk. Try the high pH water. Worst comes to worst, I guess sulfur. That might work. Uh, just don't smoke any of it. It's gonna taste fucking terrible. Like even the absolute tiniest amount of sulfur makes your flower taste so ass. It's
Yeah.
Oh
incredible.
God.
It's incredible.
Yes. I will agree with that 100%.
And God help you if you make concentrates. I squished some flour one time. I was pretty new to growing still, and I don't know what problem I had. I think I was just preemptively using sulfur, to be honest, because this was back when I had my Cali Sour OG. It was a terrible name, but I got it from Humboldt Seed Org. Anyway, I sprayed and washed my tent. I washed it really well, like really, really well. I remember I was like, oh, I gotta wash it because everyone says you gotta wash it. So I washed the fucking thing like top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom. Well, a tiny little bit of sulfur apparently remained, and I squished some of the Cali Sour OG, and it tasted like a fish farted in my mouth. It was just horrible.
Oh,
It was so fucking gross. It was so gross. I basically I don't know where I have it. I don't know. I probably threw it away by now. But if I didn't throw it away, I would probably still have it by now because I couldn't use it for anything. Like I had probably like 3 grams of oil in a jar, and couldn't do it for shit. I couldn't give it away. Oh my God.
yeah, I learned that experience one time, and all my bud tastes like sulfur, and it was like, yeah, I'll never do that again.
I mean, it tastes like the worst possible version of seafood. Like I don't even know, like rotten fish, basically, but like rotting, farting fish. It's fucking terrible.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not spectacular.
I
Also,
did
if you
that
want to
one
ruin your
time.
friend's grow, now you know. If you have a
Well, I
go be
mean,
your
I've
friend's
used the
neighbor.
sulfur in different products and veg, but like, and over the years, I've had fighting bug problems, had to resort to spraying a little bit the first week or two of flowering, or but yeah, I don't spray anything really in flowering. Like that's your best bet if you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. Smash basically has to use the least bad of some bad option, right?
But
Like,
when you have like a room and then you go year after year after year, yeah, you need to do something because of cleaning it. All
Well, this was is outdoors though, so
well,
Yeah, I got my seats outside.
taking
What,
no,
if you had to
good
guess, what week would you
variety.
say they are in Smashed?
Uh 5, 6, 4.
Hmm.
They're almost
I
done.
was gonna say if they're still like basically stretching, you could try. I think it's called Grandivo. I'll have to look
Maybe
this up.
4
No,
or 5.
yeah,
Regalia.
and that same company
Regalia.
makes
Oh yeah,
Regalia.
Yeah,
Regalia is a
Regalia was the one I was thinking
systemic.
of.
Yeah, it's kind of
But
pricey
that
stuff,
works
but
better, I think, earlier in
yeah.
they typically say that you can use it whenever, but I don't know that it works later in flower. It literally kind of boosts the flower, basically. It's I don't remember how it works, but it basically is a hormone booster essentially. So it basically makes the plant grow bigger and stronger temporarily. And if you keep giving it, it just kind of keeps temporarily giving a little bit of a boost. It works pretty well in that respect. The plants are always healthy. I actually liked using it. I think I bought it because the grocery store recommended it for some problem that I had. I don't know, spider mites or something. And probably not spider mites, but anyway, they recommended it for something, and I used it, and sure enough, the plants were actually really healthy. So I just kept using it because it was a nice like additive booster somehow, you know. Suppose yeah, I don't know if it's organic. I actually don't know if it's organic to be honest. What else could you use? Shit.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on everything. We'll see how it turns out. Hopefully, I can get another.
I would attack it sooner rather than later though, because that powdery mildew will eat into the plant's ability to really ripen, basically. So if you are trying to ripen those seeds, you really need the plant to focus not on like a infestation or an attack or something, but on those seeds. So I'm like, shit, take care of it right away. I
yeah,
think
and
would be a
even that
really
these
easy solution.
spores, the powdery mildew spores, like float in the air. You and
Mm,
like your intake to your indoor, or even on you, one spore, two
mm.
spores, and fuck, it's off and going.
In the same vein, actually, I was reading, unfortunately, pretty bad advice. I guess they meant well, but it was bad advice on Reddit. Someone was asking about bud rot, and I think the specific question had to do with dried flower or how it was going to dry, if they should throw the bud away or something. But anyway, some of the commentary was talking about how, oh, you want to make sure to avoid any spores. First of all, the spores will kill you if you inhale them. Da 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 da. Like there was some just farcically bad advice because, among other things, powdery mildew is one thing that is species specific, so it's cannabis specific. So if you have powdery mildew all up and down your squashes and tomatoes and whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. You could have a cannabis plant right next to it, and it literally won't infect because it's a different species. But bud rot is bud rot is bud rot. It's basically botrytis. It's the same thing that rots grapes, apricots, fucking
Yeah,
apples, every fruit basically. And the spores are everywhere. Literally, there's spores all around me right now. It's not because I'm a dirty person. They're just literally everywhere, especially since I'm in wine country. I live in the Willamette Valley. And wouldn't you know it, this is basically wine country. There's grapes fucking everywhere. And those grapes are naturally infested with botrytis. So even if you didn't have botrytis, you're definitely going to have it if you have grapes nearby, if you have any orchards or raspberry farm, you
and
name
grape farmers use copper to fight
it.
fucking as their fungicide to fight mildew and powdery mildew on grapes.
Somebody in the chat said copper spray. Joseph Anthony said copper spray. That's
Or
one
maybe
that I
copper
want to
sulfate.
check about that. Yeah, I would want to check because I don't know for
Yeah,
sure.
turn your
Somebody
plants
guessing?
male.
Is that
Well,
what it is? Because I remember reading that you're not supposed to spray cannabis plants with it. Let's actually just fucking look this up instead of wondering.
yeah, they're like one thing, we smoke cannabis, they don't smoke grapes, but I know the grape
That's, I think, actually what
industry,
it is. The copper sulfate does something. Why is
yeah,
smoking sulfate bad?
because there's a few of the varieties of grapes that, well, a lot of their breeding over the decades has been to
It'll give you lung cancer.
breed things that are resistant to that, and then there's some that yeah, it's just part of it, and they just deal with it because that grape is prone to it. That
So by
kind
the
of
way,
Yeah.
that
grape.
was an easy search. Don't use copper spray. That's apparently very bad. Stony Creek says silica in the vineyards. Silica will raise your pH, so you could definitely use like it's one of the well. Now that I think about it, that maybe that's what you're talking about, Stony. Do you mean to say like Agsil? Because I've heard of people using Agsil to basically just literally not even for the silica content, but just to raise the pH tremendously to spray onto crops and stuff. I wonder if we're on the same
Well,
page.
even this week, we are the yeah, it's Agsil or whatever the product from GH. That's usually what we use because we use RO water that basically is super low pH, and that in the recipe is what brings the pH up. And then because we couldn't get that, we got a couple bottles of Power SI. And then this week I've had to work extra pHing and checking the pH because yeah, it doesn't have the same properties. Like, oh, when you make the water, it doesn't really, it still came in low, but no, the next day it it leveled off and got right. But when I use the other silica, yeah, it literally is like, yeah, and I never use pH up. I would use silica
Down.
instead, right? If I wanted to raise the pH, it works.
Would
Yeah,
you would you
it always
use
raises the pH. But Power SI is a different type of silica
what do
than
you
like the
use to
That's
lower
right.
it,
It's
bud?
so much fancier, so much quality
Reason
that you have to pay like 10 times as much money.
yeah.
Cheers.
It's but I'll tell you one thing.
No, I'm being
I
sarcastic. Fucking silica.
yeah, but and the I think it's potassium silicate. Wait, I don't know the name. I mean, what makes the like the GH product ASI or whatever, compared to Power SI, that's a different kind of silica. One thing, I mean, yeah, I guess there's some benefit from the silica that the cheaper, that regular silica. But when I use Power SI, I visibly and when the crop's over, the stalk, the stems get fatter. Like somehow that stuff's really effective on making like really strong
But I
stalks.
bet you $100 if you measured that shit, it doesn't change a fucking thing. Like that, those products, if they were worth fuck all for anyone that isn't in cannabis, they would be selling it by the $1 billion to the lettuce industry and the broccoli industry and whoever the fuck. Like it's, I don't know, man. I think those
Yeah,
companies
well,
are
I
kind of
agree.
it.
But in RO water, you need something for the pH doesn't like fluctuate. Like in my mind, like silica makes RO water bond and like stay. I run reservoirs for 4 or 5 days, and it's important. A lot of the products I've used over the years, and why I stopped using them is they fluctuated my pH. Where the recipe I'm on now, yeah, once I get the right recipe, it stays day one, day two, day three, day four, day five. It doesn't go swinging up and down. I don't have to make adjustments all week.
I'm just thinking about
Or
how just the very few companies that actually have products that are worth a shit in the whole like microbial space or kind of cannabis supplements, I guess. I'm sort of thinking out loud right now. Obviously, silica is not the same thing as a microbial product, right? But it's the same kind of additive thing that they basically try to sell us cannabis people, right? Well, most of the microbial products are fairly known at this point to be bullshit. I mean, not by everybody. Some people don't realize they're garbage, but like there's been pretty good evidence for a number of years now that a lot of the products that were getting sold were trash. But some of the products that are on sale are actually legit. For example, Microbe Life. There's this one company that sells fuck, Armory or something. I can't think of the company, but anyway, they're apparently legit. And wouldn't you know it, it's because they sell to a whole different industry that is probably an order of magnitude bigger. In Microbe Life's case, they basically sell to the pool industry, which is idiotically bigger than the cannabis scene, right? Like for all of the cannabis people, the pool scene is probably 100 times bigger, if not 1,000 times bigger. And they sell to orchid growers and all kinds of other people too. And that gives them the kind of ability to just kind of slum it with the cannabis people, right? But these other companies that basically only sell to cannabis people, essentially they can never break their foot into the door with these bigger shows because their products are useless. I don't know. I guess, like I said, my thought is still kind of, I'm still fleshing it out a little bit. I'm thinking out loud, but I was just like, isn't it interesting that these bigger companies, it's not because they're big, that's not the reason, but they sell to a wide variety of industries that aren't just weed people, and they have a product that's legit as a result of that because they would get laughed out of the scene if they were trying to sell to corn or whoever else and if it was a garbage product. But the cannabis people somehow are gullible enough that we basically will buy any goddamn garbage. So there's been all these fly by night microbial companies. Oh, we have a special kind of microbe in our mix. I guess that's what jumped me off on this. I was like, what's the chances that any one of those companies, I don't give a shit which silica company, because there's like fucking 5 different super fancy silicas, right? There's the Vitalize and the Power SI and whatever. What is the chance that any of those companies has their own dedicated silica chemist and like their
No,
own facility to making like silica? Like
even
fuck
that
right on.
Power
They
SI.
buy it in a jar from somebody, and that
Yeah,
jar comes from some bit, and everybody can buy that jar. So in other words, if they get it from a jar from Holland or somewhere, everybody in the fucking world can get that jar.
yeah. Most
And that means
cannabis.
that that product that they're charging $1,000 for, it's probably just bullshit. It's probably just bullshit marketing. Because if it wasn't bullshit marketing, they could sell that product cheaper to other industries that would be doing the
Yeah,
same thing. Cannabis is not a different animal than a
even
fucking
some of the
rock.
bigger companies been around. There's certain products that it's a generic thing, and it's they just white label. Like CalMag is that way. Like most people don't. They sell a CalMag, they don't make it because it's they just are white labeling or bottling, putting their name on something that they buy in bulk or super bulk. And silica's the same way.
That's what I'm
Um,
saying. But the bottles
and
of
when you
Power
say
SI, they
gullible,
put
we're
them
less
behind the
gullible
counter because they're so
now,
expensive.
mainly because we have communication and community and the internet in our favor. But yeah, as being a person that tries not to be gullible, I realized over the 30 years, holy shit. So I've been sucked into so many things that were so bullshit over the years. Less now,
We all
right?
do.
But 10, 15, 20 years ago, this I can remember all these products that and they would have little ads in high times and a little certain promotion and the whole growth scene would gravitate to them, pay this ridiculous price for something. And a lot of those, where are they now? They're nope, they're not around because it was just a big bullshit. You know what I mean? But we were gullible. We like a lot of that is not necessarily we were gullible. I mean, but by being the prohibition on us gave us hardly any ability to communicate to each other. So whatever they fucking said is what you believe. Like I've always felt like the guys selling the products, they weren't our friends, even though they try to act that way in the whole scheme of things. All those companies, no.
I mean, since when are they your friend?
Right,
Is the car salesman your friend? Normally not. I mean, I suppose if
right.
you're like Jay Leno or somebody, his car salesman is probably his best friend. Hey Jay, what's going on, buddy? Except for if Jay Leno ran out of money, then that car salesman may not actually return his phone calls. But I mean, like seriously, since when is a salesperson your friend?
No,
You know, it's
they're in
like
the business.
it's like a stripper. The stripper is not
And now
actually really very fond of you. She's paid to be
and
really very fond of you. She
in
thinks you're
the
amazing right now while you have money.
in this modern time, we're more aware and a hip to like marketing and branding tactics. But so many years ago, they were using these same tactics in a more crude form because they didn't have the internet and so much other stuff. And oh, they were working
They had
then.
like 3-card Monte in Roman times. Like
Yeah.
2,000, 3,000 years ago, people were scamming each other. You
And
know, in Egypt, they were probably
I
like, oh,
just
yeah,
remember the
pyramid
name
cell, you know.
because Captain mentioned Dynagrow. And I remember Coots pointing this out. And that's still their main product. That company makes this silica, right? Back before anybody else had silica, that was the only silica in the hydro store or the cannabis. And Dynagrow, why they? I mean, maybe their business has changed now. They were
Corn.
they were in cannabis stores, but that wasn't their predominant thing. They're predominant in
Corn.
orchids and other like they like General Hydro, all the main cannabis brands. Oh, they make products for cannabis. They don't sell those same products for anything else.
I have a friend that was 5'8". He stood underneath the sign in southern Ohio that was probably 3 feet tall that said, proudly grown by Dynagrow. And the corn was literally 3 to 4 feet taller than the sign. And that's when we all decided that, hey, why go spend all this money when I go down to Landmark, which is like a feed and grain store in southern Ohio, and I can buy a 5 gallon jug or a 50 gallon barrel of it. And the 5 gallon jug was like $75. And even when it came out into the grocery stores, it was 22 to 20, 22.95 to $26, 25.95 a gallon
Well,
compared to everything else that was 60, $70. And I looked at a product today on the shelf because the name caught me as being something else. And I turned around to find that the only active ingredient in it was 3.8% potash.
yeah, I mean, at least in the cannabis products thing, yeah, there's been a lot of what do you call it, snake oil salesmen and over the years.
I'm glad the business that I'm going into, I'll be able to contact these people directly and cut out all the bullshit except for Dynagrow because they've been bought out by Super Thrive. And Super
Yeah, but
Thrive
who owns Super
is
Thrive? I
the
mean, most
num
likely this comes down to
exactly.
Bayer, like everything's conglomerate to under that umbrella at this point. Even Hawthorne and pretty much every like I
You
Super
walk
Thrive.
into you
Super
walk
Thrive
into
was a
any
family
store,
business.
you walk into any store in Thailand, and the biggest shelf market is Super Thrive,
Well,
and they
one
sell the shit out of it.
a bottle this big is a lot of it. Like that should back in the
I was
90s,
gonna say I
people
probably
used to
still have
use
my
Super
original bottle of
Thrive in
Super Thrive.
cannabis, and there was like pounds you would smell that would be like, oh fuck, they use too much Super
Yeah,
Thrive. Like
yeah.
that Super Thrive smell, if you use too much of that shit, uh, would just come into the cannabis. It was like
Yeah,
I don't even know what that stuff is, but like a drop of it is
vitamin
goes
B.
along. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know it's a vitamin B sub like that's that smell. Like vitamin B is what that smell is. Yeah. But if you
And I've
use it sparingly, like it's an effective thing. It works. I don't know if it's
and
necessary for cannabis, but I've used it in my other in my wife used to use a little of that in her gardens.
if you have bottles and you're feeding with bottles, look at the back of each bottle and add up the amount of potash when you go through the 5, 6, 7 bottles that you use. I bet you that potash is between 23 and 30 some percent of what you're using.
Well, that's where they get the K in the NPK.
Well, it also keeps the roots really healthy and it allows the uptake of nutrients really fast.
Yeah.
That's what I found out because I do add, like I say, I use 5 products, and the powdered liquefied seaweed for Maxi Crop is one of them. And that's every watering, even during flushing. Because I still flush in my dirt. Because I do use some bottled nutrients like Dynagrow. But I also use worm castings and everything like that too. So I'm kind of halfway between, but I'm more bottle because I can control how many different types of plants that I have. I can control the feeding of those a lot easier. Just like it's taken me 3 months to get back a cut of my Death Star because of hot soil. Someone made up their soil bed and it was way too hot. I can't wait to the 19th to pick those up. Maybe I'll just wait till 20th and keep them at his house. For you that are close to Michigan, it's about a 45-minute drive north of Grand Rapids is Gems and Genetics Halloween party on the 19th. If you're in Southern Ohio, this Sunday, the 12th, or Saturday, the 12th, at the Athens County Fairgrounds, we're going to have a get together then. That's going to also be put on by Southern Ohio Normal. So come out to either one of those events. You can either tell me you like me or I'm an asshole. As you noticed, Bud ain't saying a word there.
Wait, I didn't.
It could be both.
What, calling you an
I
asshole? I
am.
heard that part. I was like, well, I'm sure somebody's going to take that opportunity.
Up in Michigan? Oh, yeah. Especially when I show everybody the Texas that he sent me about Ohio and Ohio genetics. And he's working with a lemon G. That person used to come on the show.
Yeah, I don't know. I really do my best to stay out of drama or anything or animosity or anything. Like, life's too short for any of that shit. I see it
Yeah,
all
but
around. I see it all around. I see some people are fucking addicted to that shit. They thrive on it. But me
it caught,
myself, I've like, I think it's why I'm healthy and happy at 62 years old or whatever, because yeah, I've
you
learned it.
stay out of it.
Yeah, but I was young and used to get caught up in shit all the time when I was younger. I didn't always, but as I got older, yeah, it was a lesson. It just, I guess I yeah, got
I
hit in the head too many times with. I can remember just being like so riled up, like I couldn't let shit go, or like no, nothing gets me that way anymore. Nothing. No. No. Yeah. Laid back. That's what I try to be. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
And most of it's because I stay stoned all the time. Like I can remember when I'd get all worked up and think I could puff it off, and which
No.
worked a lot of times. But then I also like, yeah, I don't know. It's been some years where, yeah, I don't let anything. Just some of it, you know, who taught me this? My workers. I used to had a couple workers that worked for me for a fucking long time, like 17 years, and I used to think that the best, like when they made mistakes or didn't do things right, I would like flip the fuck out, and it had its effect. And then over time, I realized, oh, that wasn't the best way to,
Handle it.
yeah, for myself or for like getting it, it,
Productivity.
yeah, like I'm a hard head like most of my life, but then I don't know, maybe it was like when I turned 50, I like somehow I just stopped like wanting to be like in in any of that crap like 10 years ago or so. I don't know when it really was, but right around then. I like to watch that drama. Yeah. That's what like Instagram and internet kind of is.
Well, wait a little bit. You're about to see two things blow up on my page.
Yeah, well, good luck with it.
Well, one person's going to get served court papers.
Well,
Yeah, all over a loan and some weed he was supposed to buy for me that he bought for me and smoked and sold.
okay. Now, how's the fucking you going to go to court? Like that sounds like what you have
It
you
was
have
it was
documents,
a
you have
it,
eh,
we
like
have a signed piece of paper where the person is borrowing X amount of dollars. There's
okay.
no talk about anything else except for a loan of 20 of so many hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars. So that's all it is. It's a small
Well,
claims court
like
claim, and that's
okay,
it.
he's sort of still my friend, but technically this the operation here, my friend Jordan, I think it's like 50, 60 grand from so many years ago. And yeah, like he don't have it, but like oh, my partner. Oh, I even though like dude's still sort of my friend. Our friendship has changed because of that, sort of. But oh, my partner wants to kill the guy. And anytime his name comes up, homeboy will get all like
Irie.
pissed off and whatever. Yeah, where oh, that's half my money. But well, I already wrote it off.
And if one of the partners, like yourself, you've taken over that facility for a while now, these guys have been taking care of that facility for 10 years, basically, or so.
Yeah.
So, hey, listen, if the guy put in extra time, you kind of got to forgive that money eventually. That's the way
Well,
I look at it. If the guy worked there for a year by himself, then hey, that $60,000 that goes directly to him. Fuck it.
yeah, it wasn't something that happened overnight and dude took that money and knew it was part of it, invested in this other thing that failed. And yeah, that's what happened.
It
Now, why was
happens,
he being
but if
fronted that much? Like even I remember when it was a lot less and the decision was, well, the only way to get that was to let him work more, and then it compiled to like where it got.
Well,
I mean, that's what happened. People fuck up,
life happens sometimes, you know, the people with the best intentions get fucked over
but
because there's somebody that, you know, is only after that money. I found that out in Thailand really quick and was able to stay away from it.
and I've had a few, not quite that much, but I've had some. There's some people that our thing ended with them owing me money that I, you know, but then yeah, I oh, it's this thing at the beginning, and but you know, but then at a certain point, I just write it off. Like that's just
Yeah,
what I've learned how to do. I had to
unless
write a
there's
few
other
things off.
things involved.
Yeah, well,
I've wrote a lot of things off, believe me, but there's some things that just need to come out.
I don't know how many people are on my list. I know a couple over the years that like, yeah, whatever our business was, whatever went awry, and then not only do I write it off, my last thing I do is I put you on the list, right? And that just means that's it. I'll never
Deal
like
with
talk
you.
to you again. No, nothing. That's it. You're cut, right? Sometimes people go 5 years or whatever. They run into me somewhere and they like try to like, oh, hey, and try to like think that I'm like,
Cool.
no, like once you go on that list, there's no getting off of it. That's what that list is. That means you fucked up and that's
Yeah.
it. Now sometimes, oh yeah, like
Second chance.
no. Well, to get to the list, you already had the second chance. Like, yeah, by the time it gets to like, oh yeah, fuck this, you're cut. Because yeah, people have their ups and downs and go on binges and shit happens. But no, like you had to really fuck up to be on that list. There's only a handful of people. Most of them are from so long ago. Because today, yeah, I don't even no, I don't even take chances on people. It's like I don't do credit or none of that shit anymore. No.
That you wouldn't
Well,
even take money
like
on
one
the
of the
barrelhead.
customers, like, oh, he's a pretty good customer, but we know what he does. Like he gets a front and then it takes him weeks or longer to pay us back because I know because sometimes I know who else he takes our money and like flips it a couple times. And that stuff
Yep.
drives us nuts, right? Because yeah, but that's what some people do when they get credit. They use that and then oh, they take your money and buy this and then get you and then eventually give you your money. Like fuck that. Oh,
Well,
if you
that's
want to
what
do that, then pay a vig. Like, that's how the mob would do it. Like, okay, fine, you pay in whatever percent past this.
well, that's the whole thing that happened basically, bud. And I gave him like 3 weeks to pay it back because there was extra money involved. So I gave him extra money to buy product, to flip it, to make some extra money. And that didn't work out. But when you go to small claims court, you're allowed to charge the percentage of up to what most credit cards charge for people with no credit, which is like 31, 32% a year. You're allowed to charge that.
Okay, but here's
And
a
that's what we're
reality.
doing.
What do
But
they
if you
say?
don't have the money to pay it, how are you going to get it?
Okay, that's what I was going to point out. You can't get blood out of a turnip, all right? Or there's a bunch of sayings that like okay. Like that's the thing with the Jordan. Yeah, life has changed. His situation's changed. Uh, he don't have it, and he's living like day to day or whatever he's doing as a job. Like, yeah, you know, it's not does you can't get blood out of a turnip.
Exactly.
Have a good night,
But
everybody.
All right, D. Good to be
later,
with you.
D.
Cheers, D. Night.
But yeah, I think it's that personal satisfaction of knowing that, hey, listen, you went and you did the most you could, the best you could. And even if you don't get paid back, at least you know that you tried your best, and that makes you a better person.
Yeah,
At least it does for me. It helps me
Yeah.
mentally.
I also know of, like, I can think of just, I haven't thought about it too much, but just what comes to mind, like some case where, like, oh, I wish I let something slide when I didn't. Because, like, looking back at, oh, it really wasn't that much money. It was a long time ago.
a
And,
lot of
like,
it gets into
oh,
principles, right? Like that's
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, there's that. But like you
respect and
said,
principles.
some people just, it's not like they want to screw you over. They just, they screw up, or
Yeah.
they just don't have a mind for, like,
Like the other
you know,
day, I
money.
cut the grass again,
They have
and
something, they just spend it, and,
I lost
just,
the lighter outside the last time I cut the grass because we have a pretty hilly area. And I had my lighter in my pocket with my cigarettes. My cigarettes didn't fall out, but the lighter did. And I literally cut the grass like a half of lawnmower width wider than I normally would to try to look for this lighter just out of principle of trying to find it. Not that it meant the world to me, not that it was worth $1 million, but just a peace of mind of finding it and saying, okay, I got it. I'm not that big of a fuck up. Because that's the way I look at it is I'm the fuck up. Not that really, causes of circumstances caused this, but it's myself that caused this. And that's my problem.
it's like you said, you're not going to get it back. You don't get it back. Yeah, maybe principal. So maybe you let the principal hold, and then if he ever asks you for money again or front again, you're like, well, remember now, no, I told you, we can't do that anymore. We can still be friends, and you know,
I
I mean,
can't
he'll
I
probably
can't
wind up
be
doing favors
friends.
for you and feel like he probably he'll feel like he owes you and whatever, and feels good that you haven't just dissed him, and because
If
I
he would
know
have
I've
felt if he would have felt good about me, he would have gave me seeds from last year's seed crop. That it was
yeah,
my mail that did it.
I'm not saying any one specific thing either, but I'm just saying, like, I can remember that case when, yeah, somebody was, yeah, pretty much a friend, and yeah, it kind of went bad, and just soured.
You just
And
gotta
looking
wait,
back at it,
walk away from those people and, say your piece and walk away and never talk to them again. That's my opinion of it. Because I'm sorry, you already got two chances, just like Bud said. We're exactly the same. You get two chances, that third chance, that's it. You get put on that
yeah,
list.
yeah, I'm taking second chance.
You get two chances. The third chance, you're not gonna fuck me over again.
Also, I've learned with some of my real tightest, oldest friends in business don't always mix.
No, I thought he was a friend.
Yeah, well, that's where you went wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's why my best friend's a cat. He don't lie to me. He tells me when he's hungry and when he needs to go out. As long as he comes back the next day, he's all right. So I hope everybody out in chat's having a good time. I know I definitely am. I'm on my third drink. And that Death Star joint, definitely. That was only the second joint of the day. My past 4 or 5 days have only been like 2 joints a day. But then I'll
I
also lay
smoked
down at like 5 o'clock and then wake up at 11:30.
since the since 7 o'clock when the show started. I'm on my third joint already from just then. I I smoked a few during the day.
Yeah, well, getting into my third drink is like my
Yeah.
limit. So that joint of Death Star is a 2 to 3 hour high and 3 drinks. Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, I did it where I mean, I still have like these little pieces to finish, but I had one slaps, one apples, and then one sherb crasher, and yeah, rolled went some of each. I got really stoned. I have a cold, so I'm not able to get like my normal stone. Like I realized that, like,
Mm,
yeah, when you're not feeling good. Now, some people would be like, "Oh, I'm not smoking then," eh,
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't get the
nah,
same
yeah,
effect like when I'm. But I still smoke when I'm sick. But
yeah. No, it makes it go better. It lasts long. As I remember, it always lasted longer, like being sick, but it was always better. It was a better time. But yeah, if you didn't smoke, it seemed like I'd get over it quicker.
and I rarely ever go 3 hours or 2 hours or even maybe 1 hour without smoking. So I would never know how long a high would last because I'm like smoking. Even if I roll a joint, I don't smoke it all at once. So then I might relight it or relight it over time. So then I have no idea how long the high would last because, and from the time I get up to the time I go to sleep, yeah, pretty much stay smoking dope all the whole way as I like whenever I feel like it, which is pretty often.
when I come out, bud, I'll test all your bud for you and I'll let you
You
know
tell
how
me how
long
much
the high
time.
lasts.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'll even tell you the body effects that I get from it or the head high
Yeah, it'll be good having
because that's
someone
basically
new.
all I'm good for.
But really, what it comes down to though is how it affects yourself. But it'd be interesting with having someone else, fresh saying, "Oh yeah, this one is kill."
Well, I really think the 8 years in Thailand and smoking a lot of Thai weed and then getting packages that had like GG4 in it, you know, Afghani mango and stuff like that. I sat down with my cop friend at a little, it was basically 6 feet out from the side of a building, they put this little shack on it. And this guy opened up a little cannabis shop there. And me and my cop friend would meet there. And we discussed how many different strains we had smoked together since I moved to Chiang Rai. And he literally said that it had to be over 30 to 40 different strains. And I agree with him before it became legal. It was medical, but it wasn't legal. But he got to try Gorilla Glue #4 back in 2018. That still hasn't made it to Thailand. Not the good one. Because they buy all these feminized seeds. That's all Thailand wants is feminized seeds. And I'm finding a lot more people here just want feminized seeds. I'd rather have a good F2 of something. Then I can go hunting.
Yeah.
Like out of AG seeds, okay, he's got an NL5. It took us over 700 seeds to find the two plants that Neville talks about using of that original stock. 700 seeds between two people. One person got the male, the other one got the female. The nice thing is they live in the same goddamn town. The worst thing is they haven't gotten together yet, but I know the reason why. The Ortega cross is just finishing up. So we're bringing back Mandela's Ortega from the early 2000s.
Hmm. Yeah, you know, it'd be good in the future when they have something, I guess, kind of like the American Beer Festival, or that's what they call it here in Denver, where
Well, I'm
you go there
I'm
and, you know, you can sample like, you know, like 500 different varieties.
I've been asked by Prima, who's basically I've helped. Let's say I've encouraged instead of helped. Okay. I've encouraged her to be the voice of Cannabis Thailand because she's a female grower. Okay. And a male grower in Thailand would probably be thrown in jail or ridiculed, where a female grower is completely different. And she contacted me about getting together with like a harvest cup and doing tropical strains and doing, indoor, outdoor, organic. She's got one going, I guess, in Australia and possibly one other person. And I'm trying to talk to some people in Michigan about doing one here. And it's just a ganja cup, you know, bring what you got, put it in, and let the judges sample it. But I'm trying to bring a little bit of Thailand here. I understand she's profiting from it, but when you look at it that she's making less than 500 US dollars a month, hey, help someone out. But I did tell her that here in the States, you have to take out insurance and everything like that, where in Thailand, you don't. So I kind of broke it down to her and told her that it would be X amount of dollars. But she's got a couple new sponsors for it, so maybe it can happen here in Ohio or Michigan. It's not going to happen in Ohio, I'll tell you that out.
Yeah, like ideally, like fuck all. If it was fuck all the laws, like someplace where have an event where you can go and sample and just smoke. The different booths, basically like big signs like the names or like, whatever,
Well,
and try to,
Michigan,
and then you can get seed. Like ideally, you want to get cuts too, maybe, but a lot of people don't want to give away their cuts. But at least
well,
go and get seeds.
in Michigan, my friend holds an event, and it used to be open when they went rec. It used to be open to everybody. But after the first 2 years of it going rec, he had to go to a medical area where you could go buy your clones or your flowers and things like that. And you would buy it off of other caregivers because in Michigan, caregivers are allowed to sell their extra to pay for the caregiving part of it, the
Oh
people
yeah,
that they give weed to.
yeah, yeah.
So Michigan is like the perfect place to do that
Now those
because
weren't big, but that
a
was yeah, that
couple
was pretty
years
cool.
ago, a couple years ago, they allowed promoters license. So you can actually get a license to promote a cannabis event in Michigan. And that's why Michigan got so huge and took over the market from California. But, by allowing caregivers to subsidize the people that they give care to, allowed Michigan to do that. Now,
Yeah,
it also screwed them, though, when Michigan went recreational and within 3 months ran out of weed. And they called on the caregivers to sell to the dispensaries.
but
And
I'm sure they got that under control.
that's when they found out how much weed was actually out there. And they said, oh, fuck,
Yeah,
we
like that'd
got to
be
do
cool too.
something.
If they had farmers markets where everybody could just sell their own excess.
We're trying that in Ohio for like a farmer's
Awesome.
market type thing. And that's why I'm going down on Saturday for too, also, is to talk to that group. Because, like I said, that group is affiliated with the University of Ohio in Athens. So I need to be down there to talk to those people to really push my agenda of being totally legal and selling clones because they screwed that part up. That, and I'm a big supporter that they shouldn't split up counties or cities to make them red or blue. And that's what they're trying to do here in the state of Ohio, where the Supreme Court of the state of Ohio has 7 times rejected this. 7 times. This is the 8th time it's going for vote now.
Hmm.
So if you're in Ohio, vote yes on issue 1, which will keep them separated. so it doesn't swing one way or the other politically. And that's what they're trying to do here in the state of Ohio. That's something non-cannabis, but hey, it's interesting that our
That's
country is
good. No,
still
this is
trying to do this.
the election's like less than a month away here, for everything. I was just checking on, I never received my ballot, and I was like, oh, but no, it's still like a week or two away before I should get
I
it or
never re
something.
I never received my relief fund that they gave out during COVID that I applied for.
Well, that shit's over, dude.
No shit, but I applied for it, never got anything. I applied through their government site because I was in Thailand. And
Yeah,
why
you
the
That
should
would
hell
have
be,
am I
gotten
going
it.
to come back to the United States when they have more cases of COVID than Thailand did?
I just remember when they were giving out that money, it was like that was the best cannabis business. Like, oh, things had declined slowly,
Yeah,
but then for like a year or whatever it was, holy shit, business was booming, dude. It was
Yeah,
crazy. All that free
everybody
money
got.
and people
stimulus.
fucking spending it on weed, dude. They were.
Well, they couldn't leave the house for a
Yeah,
while.
yeah, essential business and everything.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
made it
that
an
was the boom.
essential
That
business.
was the
That to
boom
me
time.
was like, holy shit, essential.
Just like alcohol.
Dispensaries were killing it then too. Yeah, I remember lines and
Yeah,
yeah,
like
like eighty
it
dollar
reminded me
gram
of the like
rosin.
old days where like as soon as I had whatever batch done, it was fucking so I was sold out quick. Like demand was just insane for a while, and then it slowly went away. Now it's just overproduction. I think is the big problem. There's too much.
Way too much. What they need to do is take away some of the license that are out there
Well, not
because all the
necessarily take them
home
away, but
growers are
like limit how much.
limit them.
Like oh well, allocate. Like they've done this in other ag uh, crops to control. Yeah, simple supply and demand economics.
And
But
that's the
somehow,
problem today. That's why we have $200-300 pounds.
and what that who that really hurts is that because the taxes are based on percentage of the value. So yeah, even though the taxes are now retail, they still are collecting good money, but on the wholesale side, yeah, their revenues are going down just because the price is going down. So it's in their best interest to keep the price at a steady spot. Or
I get
not.
a
I
lot.
don't know. There's a lot at play in this whole game. I think a lot of it is the legal market or whatever. That's their only way to try to drive out the black market is keep going the price to where yeah, there's no money in it. So then those
I
people
I have to I have another point of view on that because since I've been back in Ohio and I've seen certain people now, they are willing to pay better prices than what you can find in Michigan because of what type of strains that I grow and the way that I grow. They're used to it and they're used to paying an extra $100, $150 an ounce too. but there's a certain clientele that wants that small batch craft cannabis. That stuff that took the extra time and you didn't cut it at 58 days so you could get the room started at 60 again. And these people are willing to pay the extra money for it, especially in Ohio when you only get 2.83 grams for $50. Now, I'm not saying there's cheaper, not cheaper weed out there, but do you really want to smoke that shit? I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. There's people with money everywhere.
Well, I got people, as soon as I get clones to like 3.5 feet tall, they want them. And they're willing to
Yeah,
pay
I can see
hundreds of
clones.
dollars for them.
Or like in LA or in a big city, yeah, people just if they know somebody that can grow, better than they can, and they've got money, they'll probably just get it from that person.
The people I know, like that do grow, they want to buy those 3.5 tall, 4 foot tall plants because they don't want to veg them out themselves. And they want to show them off to their rich friends that, oh, look at my new flowering crop all of a sudden. It's a status thing.
Yeah,
I'm
I can
quite
see like
fine
every
with it
two, three
because
months
they
getting
pay
something too.
quite well.
That would be a cool thing though to get a regular turnover every few months. New
Yeah,
stuff.
well, it just costs you money, and you look at it and you say, okay, well, it cost me $350 for this plant or $300 for this plant. And within 70 days, I have product.
Yeah,
It cuts on their electric bill and they're taking care of it and everything like that. And that's why you get paid a little bit more.
Wow, they got a hypersonic jet that can go from London to New York in 1 hour.
Yep.
Holy
What
fuck.
it what it does, I think, is it does it go up in the stratosphere and then come back down? That's how it
Uh,
gains its speed.
can
yeah.
people fly in it, or is it just a
Yeah, and
machine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
it's
yeah.
a it's not a big jet, but it has passengers. I mean, I saw a picture. It looks like a dozen windows for passengers, not like a huge plane.
It's
But
only
I'm
like
sure,
25, $30,000 a seat.
well, if you had the money, you get there in an hour. Holy fuck.
I would. Shit, I'd love to get to Thailand 2 hours. I'd pay out the ass for that instead of 28, 32.
Yeah, I wonder how much more fuel it uses to get there.
It uses more fuel than coming back because of the way that the air pressure and the airflow goes. Like my plane rides from Bangkok or from Cleveland to Bangkok, if I go through the EU, are like 23 and a half hours. If I go through Tokyo, I'm looking at more 25 hours, 25 and a half, just because of the airflow. I've noticed that I've watched the back of the screen enough to know how fast you're going. And it's like, man, we're flying like an extra 80, 100 knots an hour, miles per hour. And it's like, oh, that's the wind. The path of least resistance. But I get a headache and jet lag going through the AU. I don't get it going through Tokyo. I guess it's like me not riding backwards on a train. That gives me a headache too and makes me sick.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a huge international traveler though.
Yeah,
Most
you can
people, it's not a
say
big
that.
deal. The
I've
pilots
been
are
back.
the ones flying the most, or stewardesses, but yeah. It's a lot of traveling.
I'd love to be a steward and get like international travel, but they start you off at like Sprint, so you go cheap route. But if you have a couple different languages, you can get those easy. But you're always going to go to those countries.
Maybe
But
maybe Europe, work for a European airline. Just like traveling around countries over there. Maybe even, yeah, then even more maybe. Lufthansa.
the times,
All the countries have their own big one. Air France, but they all go international too. I know Lufthansa goes a lot into
Emirates.
yeah, European.
My first trip to
Emirates.
Amsterdam was through Emirates.
Huh.
Southwest and Emirates, they were partners all through the 90s. That's all we traveled. In Emirates, they give you like an extra 8 to 10 inches of knee room. I actually quite enjoy Emirates because of the flights not filled up, and there's extra like 5 seat sections in the center. They'll tell you can move over and sleep because you've got like 12 and a half, 13 hours. But they fly into like Dubai. How's Dubai for you, Ben?
Mid East.
You mean Abu Dhabi?
Abu Dhabi, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Nina's still there. Her daughter works as a stewardess on Emirates Airlines. And
I
when
hope it ain't
she,
Quintar Air.
no, Emirates Airlines.
Oh, shit. Hey, can you get some tickets? Man, I'd love that flight.
Well, I fly because I'm got put on her family thing for 10%. It's like some catch like seasonal or something. So you only get the deal sometimes, but I only would have to pay 10%.
Yeah, I know.
And when she got the job, yeah, she started out in first class. So she's like first class stewardess. She goes everywhere. They fly out everywhere in the world, Emirates.
Yeah,
But she's just stewardess for the first class people. That's her job. Where I thought, oh, you'd have to be a stewardess in regular for a while before you move up to first class. Nope, that was her first assignment. That's all she does is first class.
That's nice. Some of those people tip.
I imagine those are the richest people.
Yeah, because they're $4, $5, $6,000 minimum a ticket. I mean, I can fly first class from here to Thailand, but am I going to go from $1,300 a ticket to like 14,000?
Yeah, when
Fuck
I hear those
no.
prices, I'm like, yeah, who could afford that? But yeah, there's people that can. That's why they have them.
Oh yeah, they get nice beds too.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the way to fly. You have like a little cabin where you have a bed, your own space, and go to sleep. Yeah, but paying that much, fuck, you would have to be pretty rich to be able to afford that shit.
I was on an Emirates flight and I wondered how they even paid for the flight. They lost money. There was maybe 12 of us. There was like 6 of us back in second class or whatever class you want to call it, and economy. And then there was like 6 people in first class, and that was it for a 12 and a half hour flight.
Well, they used to, all the airlines used to fly all these routes, full or not. But then whatever happened so many years ago,
COVID.
yeah, yeah, now they, like some flights that used to be 7 days a week or just one day a week.
Chiang Rai went from literally 32 flights a day in to 8 flights a day in.
Well, supply and demand. And yeah, the airlines were
Tourism.
losing all this money on flights that were half empty. They don't
And
do
then
that
you
as
get
much anymore.
flights that are booked elbow to elbow.
Yeah, most flights are that way because they can't afford it not to be.
Well, Sprint Airlines filed, I think, for bankruptcy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the big airlines on all, yeah, it's a rough racket. I mean, haven't we had to like help the airlines out a few times over the years?
Yep. I
Otherwise,
remember one big one.
There's a lot of airlines too in the US.
In Thailand, there's like 3, 4. AirAsia is the biggest one. Matter of fact, I got to follow up on that.
But that's a Thai based company.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of the cheapest ones, but they fly to the most cities too. Like round trip, if you book it like a couple weeks in advance, round trip from Chiang Rai or Bangkok to Chiang Rai and back is only like 60 US dollars. It's only an hour flight, hour and 5 minutes. I fall asleep on that flight.
It makes sense in a real mountainy country. flying, you know. Like, well, because how long would that take by car? Like
Like
15 hours
11
or something?
hours, 11 hours, 12 hours.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you take
fly
a
it.
bus, it's like 14, 16. Because I've got a friend that's going to go over with me. He's the owner of a sound and light company. And he's going to go over with me in March, at the end of March, and spend Songkran in the month of April there. And we were talking about it, and it was like, hey, for $20 less, you can take a bus that will get you there in 14 hours, or you can spend $20 more and be there in an hour. Because in Thailand, 35 kilometers could literally take you an hour and a half to 2 hours to navigate. Where here in the United States, we think of that and we think, okay, 25, 30 minutes and we're there. No, not Thailand. Fucking Google cost me 2.5 hours one day. Told me it was the shortest distance. Well, I learned that shortest distance isn't always the fastest. I also learned that they say that there's roads and bridges there, and there's not. There's a cart path and a shallow part in the creek.
It's gotten better, but it still screws up. I remember one time, maybe it was Subcool I was talking about. They let him down like a canal in Arizona.
Well,
And
in Chiang Mai, there's a customs office, and there's a customs office in Chiang Rai. My box ended up, I'm sorry, that's oh shit, Maasai. There's one up in Maasai, which is on the border of Burma, and my box actually went there. And Google Maps literally told me to go down this road that turned into basically being a cart path. So I threw the truck in four-wheel drive. And then I get to the bridge that they say is there. And the only thing that I can see is the customs office and a cement pad on the other side of the river.
Yeah, we just rely on technology, so it changes so quick. I was watching Thunderball yesterday on James Bond, and it was like a regular phone, and it, it was that, and he had like one of his high tech gadgets was like, oh, he'd pull out something that looked like a cigarette, like there'd be cigarettes in it, but no, it'd be, he'd lift that up behind the cigarettes, and oh, there's a couple of buttons, and push one, and like secret panel opens. It was like, oh, so cool, like just something remote you control, the buttons was like, ooh, high tech. It changed so quickly. Yeah.
Well, what about the movies from like the late 70s, early 80s when they actually showed people talking to people on phones instead of picking up the phone? You had the video there. Well, that only took what, 20, 25 years to make it to us,
Mm-hmm.
but they had it in a movie.
Yeah. They barely thought of AI. All that. There's a couple of Nobel Prizes given today for
Physics.
yeah, Jeffrey Hinton. Talked about him before on the show. Like, he wasn't involved in that paper. That tension is all you need, but like that technique, I guess he developed some of the tech, like back propagation and more generalized form of, that led to that, and some other things, and the other guy too, who was more like old school, but like just led up to it. It's weird, yeah. It's interesting how they picked these two guys. I don't know, I'm not an expert in that field at all, but just like seeing what they have. Like Jeffrey Hinton, at least I've heard of him, and he's been in the news, and yeah, he you know, there was a connection with him and that paper, which is what really blew everything up. But the other guy was, yeah, I don't know, just more old school. There was another thing too. Oh yeah, with micro RNA, which is kind of connected to what we're doing. That's more, which just shows more how like the DNA stuff is just more complex, or micro RNA, something like that they call
That's the shots they gave you for COVID.
it. it I think
Let's go.
HPLV works like that. Hop latent virus hooks onto the RNA after it's transcribed from the DNA, and then it modifies it, and then hooks up with in the ribosomes. It makes the peptides of small proteins. But yeah, it's micro. So it's like more things like that they're discovering about how it all works. But that might have been talked about before. Like, yeah, RNA gets modified. Like that's why there's like the different like tRNA and mRNA, and whereas RNA is just a molecule, a generalized molecule. How it works in the whole system of things, they're just figuring out these different parts and versions of it, and some of it's in like the non-coding section of DNA. It's like the code for some RNA. It gets all, yeah, it's pretty complicated and just entangled and just sophisticated and just seems never ending. But yeah, maybe someday they'll be like, oh, I think we understand it pretty well now. I don't know, maybe like like the elements of the periodic table. Maybe they'll be like one day, yeah, I think we understand it.
Hand a 18-year-old a map and tell him to get from point A to point B without Google.
Yeah, map, paper map. I was thinking that when you were talking about with Google, how like, yeah, paper
Yeah,
maps. Those
remember,
are
like
like
there was
ancient
those books called the
trip.
Thomas Guide. It would be like
Oh
you see
yeah,
the
yeah, that too.
you had to know how to like yeah, like
But those triptychs and AAA booklets,
yeah.
those things that would take you like, now go from here to here. That was a whole thing though. That was kind of led to the
Well, like it's
Michelin
weird.
star.
People of
Like
a certain age lived through like basically not that many years ago, 20 years ago, we were like fucking archaic as far as tech goes. And then
yeah,
now if you're like born at a certain year, like you never experienced any of
no.
that.
I remember
Like,
like photovoltaic like things like in supermarkets, like as a kid, like oh the door would open by itself. Like that was cool. Ooh. That was like something from like Disneyland or one of those like Future World exhibits.
even
Or a
something that you don't
hospital.
see anymore, like grocery stores and all kinds of stores used to have this section like in the front where they had these like rides, a quarter ride where it was like a fucking horse
Horse,
or this, and it would just go
It was
up and
stimulus
elephant,
down.
rights.
right? Those I never see those anymore. That's all gone. No one fucks with that. A
Right.
bunch of things are just
That
gone.
was
You know
that
what I
was
mean?
like, you know what? That was like the child hustler area. That was like hustle the children here area. You can put your stuff here. We'll rent this out to you, this area.
Yeah, well, most of the time in those areas, the parent would give their kids a few bucks, and then they'd go shopping. Their kid would just be there
Right,
by
right.
himself. Like
Or when they're
today,
checking
oh,
out.
a kid never goes by himself, especially in public. Oh, fuck that. Like it's weird how that I don't have kids, but I realize, holy shit, parents are like attached to their kids in ways that wasn't the way I grew up.
Well, it was like that picture I said, I was like 6, 7 years old with 16 gauge shotgun in my hand.
I all my
You
childhood,
don't
I
see
because
that anymore.
I got in trouble more than anything for not being home before dark. And so basically after school, they there was no way to there was no way to contact you. And uh yeah, you were just supposed to be home by dark.
Right, that's why it was a big deal. Like now, yeah.
And we used to go all kinds of places. Like it's a few 4 or 5 guys. We had bikes or skateboards,
By
whatever we
yourself.
had, we would just
Yeah.
go there, everywhere. Sometimes take the bus, sometimes not. Parents didn't like they didn't yeah, they just trusted you out there. Now there was weirdos back then too. I mean, maybe there's more weirdos now than back then, or I don't know, but it seems like parents are like that's what they're afraid of.
Parents are afraid of teaching their children.
Well, it's got to be. I mean, I'm not a parent, but it would probably be pretty trippy. Like, I mean, at what age do they have a phone and then have access to the internet and you know, possible really to police all that and kid at whatever age is going to just whatever path they can go down on the internet, they're going to. Like realistically, like my drug use
Is
or my drug
California
was like formed from high times. Like that's how like we heard about whatever. Like that was it. Like we would see shit in high times, and next thing we knew about that shit. You know what I mean? Other than
Yeah, we had to
that,
get magazines.
yeah.
Wasn't California was going to limit or try something they talked about anyway, limiting in schools for phones and devices,
Yeah, I think there's some,
something like that. Some
and
talk
that's
about
got to
it
be an
anyway.
issue within a class. I mean, I can remember not paying attention was a fucking thing. Teacher would get on your ass. And now you got to worry. Kids are like on devices in class and looking at whatever the fuck, TikTok or whatever, rather than paying attention to what's going on. But then again, parents
Because
don't want their
they are
kids
addicting.
not to have a phone like so if you tried to ban phones from school and say yeah kids can't even have them at school, well parents wouldn't like that. They need the
Yeah.
communication with their kid.
Yes, I had it. Yeah. Yeah. But it's addicting. I'm addicted to it.
I'm addicted
I
to it.
sometimes I
i
have to
went i
throw it
went a
down. I'm
few
like, that's enough. I have
it
to
was
like
only
throw it down away.
it was only in
Put it down.
COVID that I became like I had those accounts but I didn't even know my passwords. They were for my business. They were managed by Zooey. But then I get COVID, and I had friends that were super into Facebook, and I
It's
wasn't into any
endless.
of that. And then now I'm not into Facebook, but I find myself addicted to Instagram.
Uh-huh.
I'm always checking it and then looking at all these fucking stories and follow all these weird things that Yeah, it seems interesting to me, but it is a waste of time. I know you can look at your activity and shit, and I'd hate to see like over the last 4 years, like what, yeah, I like, and I get that in what do you call it, dopamine or whatever. You look at things and you get it. And yeah,
Like
there was this inter
TikTok, you know,
interview
those
with Cheech
short.
and Chong. That's a pretty good one. It's 2 hours long. They were on this Bill Maher. I forget what he calls it. Like it's like it's a podcast show he does where he sits around, drinks, and smokes with him. But then Cheech, oh, he says he never. He has people that does it for him. But then Chong, oh, he's he he looks at all this stuff all the time. But Cheech was making some good points of like, yeah, like I would rather practice the ukulele than to like spend time
Yeah,
like doing that. And like I'm in my 60s, most people my age, yeah, not that many of them do that. Like like tonight I was at the Mexican restaurant. There was a couple older couples, two different ones, and they were at the table eating. And, oh, I was on my phone. I was like, oh, I'm waiting for my food. So of course I just thumbed across and looked at shit, and I realized, yeah, they don't even have their phone. They're like, but then under a certain age, people are on their phone everywhere you go.
yeah. So if you take it away, and everyone and no one has it, so it's because all it's also like that whole peer pressure, and somebody's doing it, and so you want to get on too, and but if no one has it, and then yeah, then you can get down to the
And if
real
you were a
world. I
parent
wonder about
and
musicians
and
and
like
people are
like
playing
said,
real.
okay, well, I don't want my kid with a phone at this until this age. Yeah, and then you're like actually like maybe prohibiting the
Yeah,
yeah
it's a
the,
tool.
the
It's something
early
they, it's the real world too for them. I mean, it's
yeah.
something that's here, but really, like TV must have been scary. Past generation. No, they just stare into the box. But it's good, but it's addicting though too. But it's really good.
Well, being a kid from the
Like some,
'60s, yeah, basically I was raised on TV. Yeah.
and nowadays you can get like 10 seconds of just the best part of something that you're watching for 15 minutes. Now you just get like the 10 seconds of the best part, one after another, like different things and different topics, and the AI generated video is going to be weird too. Just 'cause, like now it's interesting, like seeing look at what these like things that animals do, but if it becomes real common that things are generated, I don't know. Then it'll be like, I don't know, is that real? I may not seem as special. Like, okay, so
Well,
you know,
most of the things that interest me when I watch things on Instagram are animal things, whether it's elephants or dogs and cats, or like that's the content that I like
yeah,
the most.
it's really
Horses,
amazing.
horse rescues. Like one of the things I follow this couple of different places that rescue horses from the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, and like they show enough because they're trying to get donations basically, but like the condition that they hold these horses, they call it bail. It's like jail. And then even if you're gonna auction them, it's this whole procedure. And most of the time, by the time you can get that horse to rescue it, it's like God. like scabs and has been mistreated and malnourished, and it's this terrible program where they round up the Mustangs and kill them. And then there's these people that rescue them, and the one really cool place is called Sky Dog Sanctuary, I think it's called. Yeah, this lady, she has huge land in Malibu and also Oregon, and yeah, she rescues a lot of these horses and then shows their recovery, and now it's years later, and they all live free, like um, they don't use them. They're just wild horses. They're not really trained. You know, they're not trained or anything.
Yeah, it's cool that there are places like that for different animals, like like tigers. And like Texas has some places for reserve. There's a place here in Colorado too that, that has different animals,
Well, some of
different
where they
nature.
round up these horses are in Colorado. Now, some of it's to control population. I guess I understand some of it, but yeah, it's still, I don't know.
I still can't believe there's wild horses.
Well, I mean,
It's crazy.
we seem to forget that like most of what we have today was built on the back of horses. Like way before cars are only how many years old? Previous to that, the horse was like everything.
I mean, deer are wild enough, and yeah, there's this, I guess it's elk. I guess it shouldn't really surprise me, but it does. You would just think like that was a valuable commodity that would you think they would have rounded up and used. No, but nature's really incredible. It really is, and it shouldn't surprise me. Just when you just don't think about it, I guess that's it. So I don't think about it. There's so many wild boar. I remember being surprised hearing the huge herds of them and how people hunt them. And the deer population is incredible. And just this year, it seems like it almost seems like from the grasshoppers and then upward, it just like that just like spurred everything onward this year. Like from wild turkeys to prairie dogs, everything just seems fat. Deer, definitely a lot of deer. We're at the 20. So,
I think this is going to be my last one.
right. Well, it was a good night. Good talking to you.
Yeah.
To maybe try out some
Get to
clones
go.
from you.
fight the bank tomorrow morning.
Like the bank. Sounds like a slogan.
Well, everybody have a good night. I'll catch you later.
All right. We all getting off? I got shit I'm doing. Mm.
Sounds like an idea.
Probably see you 12 at the safety meeting. I don't know for sure, but other than that, have a good